This long-haired student, even with a young girl by his side, has a certain type of fetish, and it is for 40-year-old teachers. All right, you and I are about to see, with a master like that, who could blame him? Despite the duel starting, he ignores his challenger. All right, you and I are watching this together. He finally asks the Countess to dinner, and it actually happens. But here is the catch. He must win a trial by combat. Stick with me. Stick with me. He doesn't just deliver a brutal beating. He silences his rival's voice and shatters every bone in his body. Ever wonder why he is so ruthless with peers and loves older women? Stick with me. Before he was a beast, he was just trash who got humiliated hundreds of times. Even Arthur Sterling's own father couldn't stand his weakness, demanding he disappear and never show his face again. Crushed by the pressure, he almost gave up. But watch closely, that is exactly when the legendary Lord Alistair claimed his body. Alistair was the ultimate grand mage of his age, a ninth circle master who could erase entire legions with just a single incantation. To put that in perspective, only 10 mages ever reach the 8th circle. You and I can see he is truly legendary. Now watch this. Even for a 9th rank archmage, a demigod appeared just to mock his absolute arrogance. All right, you and I are about to see a man challenge the heavens themselves, only to be sealed away by a divine curse. He spent 4,000 years in that void, nearly losing his mind to the absolute silence. When young Arthur reached out from the depths of his despair, desperate for more power, the legendary Alaric stepped in and claimed his body. He vowed to fulfill the boy's wish and crush those arrogant gods, spending the whole night training his new physical form. By dawn, he already managed to break through to the 5th circle, purging every single impurity from his physical frame for a fresh start. Now pay attention. Alaric is nearly matching the academy head's power, while the noble bullies gather in the courtyard. Their leader is bragging about how he wants to break Arthur again. They laugh about the brutal beating they gave him, mocking how the poor weakling was seen clutching a handful of sleeping pills while leaving the infirmary. They even start betting on whether the poor kid finally had the guts to end his own life, convinced he was a coward. Meanwhile, Alaric finished purging every drop of poison from Arthur's body. Arthur suffered, but Alaric endured far worse. Now, you and I are about to watch these bullies regret everything. All right, you and I are heading to Westford Academy, where everyone is stunned watching Frey feast like a king. They think he is just starving, but the truth is, he has gone 4 long years without feeling any warmth inside his stomach. Now the legendary Lucas has to survive school with these kids, despite being over 4,000 years old. He must learn the rules of this new world before he can finally seek his revenge on the false god. Let's head to the classroom. The classroom is full of dangerous bullies. Their leader smirks, claiming he won a bet because Frey actually showed up alive. Suddenly, the brute trips Frey, acting like they are old friends while everyone watches the humiliation begin. Clearly, they are not friends, and the humiliation is finally about to begin. Now watch this. The big thug grabs Frey, demanding 10 food vouchers he lost during their cruel bet. Frey wonders who this idiot is. This guy definitely was not a friend to the boy who previously owned this broken body. Suddenly, Frey starts shaking uncontrollably. But why would a powerful mage react with such fear? Just as the strike is about to land, Frey vanishes and reappears right behind the bully like a ghost. The entire class is stunned. Even the academy elites cannot believe their eyes. Lucas realizes the body shakes because these thugs were the ones who drove the original host to despair. His rage explodes. The boy lunges for Frey's head again. As the bully attacks, Frey releases a wave of energy, sending him flying without even taking his hands out. He smashes through rows of wooden chairs, left bruised, bleeding, and completely baffled by what just happened. You and I both know winning without a spell is legendary. Rumors spread fast. Everyone sees a completely different person now. Frey feels a bit awkward for making such a big scene before these kids. The entire class is paralyzed. Frey tries to step back as David watches, far too terrified to say a word. Nobody believes the weakling could do this. Meanwhile, a mysterious red-haired girl keeps her eyes locked on him. Suddenly, Professor Dio arrives and demands an explanation. Jack is lying there, knocked out cold. The professor checks the body and senses lingering traces of powerful mana. The discovery leaves him speechless. You and I just witnessed a legend reborn, and trust me, this academy will never be the same. Stick with me. Julian just took Arthur to recover, and Professor Sterling is stepping in to continue this legendary training. All right, you and I are about to see how a disgraced noble finally stands his ground in class. Sir Kalen scanned the room. Seeing the room full of ladies, the sleazy professor felt right at home. Then his eyes locked onto the elegant Isabella. She was lost in a book. Nearby, he spotted another student. It was Arthur, also focused on some ancient text. One girl muttered her disgust. Everyone knew Sir Kalen was a complete pig who couldn't keep his eyes off the women. He approached Arthur, who didn't flinch. It was shocking to see the boy there since he usually skipped every single lecture. Arthur stayed silent. Kalen almost praised his dedication before remembering the boy was the academy's most notorious ghost student. With a smirk, Arthur apologized, claiming he had been quite occupied. The girls scoffed, calling it pathetic since he only ever showed up to get bullied. The professor grew curious. What could possibly be more important than his lecture? Arthur brushed it off, saying he was simply making the most of his youth. The class struggled not to laugh. Kalen thought it was rubbish, though he wasn't a total zealot about his subject. Instead, he questioned if Arthur had actually bothered to study. He decided to test him. If Arthur failed, he'd pay for his arrogance. Now, keep your eyes on this quiz. First question. Name the 3 relics used by the legendary arcane knight, Lord Cadian. Arthur's gaze sharpened. Arthur didn't answer right away. He asked the professor to repeat the name. It sounded like a whisper from a previous life. 4,000 years ago, a hero existed. Strong, brave, and gifted with mysterious powers that left the whole world in awe. He mastered the blade with terrifying focus. His raw power could level entire forests, leaving nothing but tremors and ruins in his wake. He could reshape the very earth and never seemed to tire. One day, his companion joked that if he didn't stop, the kingdom would run out of mountains. That traveling friend was none other than the mage, Lucius Thorn. It had been ages since he'd seen Cadian. The day was peaceful as Lucius watched his friend continue his brutal training. Cadian didn't stop, even for a guest. He simply told Lucius there was fresh tea waiting for him to pour. Over tea, Lucius asked if he'd ever considered marriage. Lord Cadian paused, his sword finally going still. He teased Lucius, saying a mage would never understand a woman's heart. True love, he claimed, could shake a man's very soul. Anyone with a weak spirit would crumble to temptation. Cadian believed a true knight must stand like stone before women. That wasn't how the mages saw it. Lucius studied his comrade, and Cadian silently met his gaze with knowing eyes. Eventually, Lucius joked he'd date a pebble if it were pretty. You see that? This memory just broke Arthur completely. He realized his old friend, Lord Cadian, had become a legend over the millennia. Sir Kalen was baffled by the student's sudden outburst of tears. The rest of the class just bickered over whether the question was even fair. Isabella knew the professor was just being a bully to humiliate Arthur. Then, a polite voice cut through the noise. Isabella declared the question had zero to do with magical history. The class was floored by her defiance. Even Arthur noticed her warrior's spirit despite her fragile look. The professor glared at her, his face twisting into a mask of rage. She argued that Cadian was a knight who used essence for training, so he shouldn't be categorized as a mere mage. She waited, heart racing. Kalen marched up the stairs and loomed over her desk with a menacing shadow. He asked if Isabella was mocking everyone on the path of the arcane knight. Terrified, she stammered that wasn't her point. The room went dead silent. Arthur felt the insult too, remembering how much Cadian despised being called a common wizard. The professor gave a wicked laugh and said, "Perhaps we should take this debate somewhere more private." He placed a hand on her shoulder, and ordered both students to report directly to his private office. But Isabella slapped his hand away. He was stunned. He never expected a lowly student to defy a noble knight like him so openly. Isabella saw no escape. As he demanded she answer for Arthur's silence, a calm voice finally broke the heavy tension. The name's Tiger King's gauntlet and the giant's belt made the professor freeze. He turned slowly toward the speaker. It was Arthur, casually stating that 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 relied only on those 3 legendary artifacts. He almost mentioned his old friendship with 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏, then caught himself and asked if he'd said something wrong. Sir Callan admitted the answer was perfect through gritted teeth. Arthur smirked, saying there was no way he'd forget a simple detail like that. To the others, he seemed like a different person today. Callan snapped at Isabella, calling her behavior a disgrace. He grabbed her wrist, dragging her toward the door. She stood paralyzed, her face pale as she faced his wrath. Arthur watched, then intervened with a quote from his old comrade. He repeated that loving a woman could shake a man's soul. Arthur added, "A warrior must stand firm as stone. Trust me, you'll love what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see if Alistair gives into temptation and becomes nothing more than an animal." Professor Sterling hated being interrupted and missed the point entirely, snapping that perhaps Sir Cedric was wrong. Alistair watched him standing firm on both feet, waiting. Sterling finally caught the insult. Rage flooded his face as he screamed Alistair's name, fuming at the young man's nerve. That was the moment Lady Alina realized Alistair had actually stepped up to defend her. Now, Professor Sterling focused all his spite on the student who got one answer right. He warned Alistair he would regret failing the quiz. Alistair calmly waited for the next question while the professor started sweating. The other students could only stare in absolute shock. Alistair answered every single question with ease. Even regarding the era of radiance, his knowledge was honestly unbelievable. When the bell finally rang, Alistair was just glad it was time for lunch. He called out to Professor Sterling, saying he had fun, then asked for more questions because he was starving. Sterling could not understand how this brat knew so much about events from 4,000 years ago. Alistair's face gave nothing away, making the professor sweat in frustration. In the end, he dismissed the class and could not stop thinking about what had just happened. Lady Alina was just as stunned, but pay attention, because Alistair was happily humming to himself as he walked outside. Lady Alina asked if he was heading to lunch. She followed behind him, but he stayed silent. She still looked at him with deep pity. Alistair turned away and ignored her, but she kept following anyway, so they ended up walking in single file. Alistair soon noticed and asked why she was trailing him. He found her formal speech annoying, though it was just her noble upbringing. Soon, the students headed into the grand hall for lunch. Food was finally being served. Lady Alina was shocked by how much he ate. Alistair casually claimed he had not eaten in 4,000 years, but offered no explanation. Lady Alina apologized for following him, saying there was simply nowhere else she wanted to sit. Then she asked how he knew so much about the era of radiance. History says that age was named after the 4 great masters. While chewing his food, Alistair grew curious. He realized that after 4,000 years, magic had not advanced at all. In fact, it had gotten worse. He wondered if that demigod had something to do with this decline. The girl ate in silence as he explained the 4 great masters, Sir Cedric the warrior, and Archmage Seelas the wise sage. Lady Isolde the witch and Lord Valerius. You and I see her eyes light up at Valerius's name. What an amazing man. Then she joked that if he were alive, she would ask her mother to marry him. Alistair burst out laughing at that. He could not believe someone so young was talking about marriage. Amused and flattered, he politely rejected her little offer. Meanwhile, other students watched them talk. Word had already spread that Lady Alina was following the boy earlier. She was the second best student in the academy, and even the arrogant Drake had a massive crush on her. Right then, Drake showed up after hearing his name. Everyone backed away while Alistair and Lady Alina kept chatting. Drake could not believe his eyes. While cutting her meal, Lady Alina asked about Professor Sterling's final question. Alastair kept eating while explaining that Archmage 𝒂𝒂𝒅'𝒔's methods were assimilation, development, and conflict. She had only ever learned the first two. She leaned in and asked him to teach her about conflict. Taking another bite, Alastair asked for her rank. Lady Alina had already reached the 3rd tier of magic. He was impressed by her progress, but she pointed out that he talked just like an old man. Licking his plate clean, he said he had lived a very long time. To her, they were the same age, but she was mistaken. After finishing that mountain of food, Alastair finally said he was full. He stood up with the dishes without answering her request. He told her he only knew conflict from experience, so she should read books instead. That meant he could not teach her. Hearing that he had real combat experience shocked her even more. She simply could not understand how a boy his age knew so much about the deep arts of magic. As he walked off, she wondered who he really was. Later, the students headed to their magic dueling class. To keep things fair, they only used 1st-tier spells. Drake was thrilled but annoyed seeing Alastair close to Lady Alina. He hated how much she spoke to Alastair. The instructor warned them to treat this like a real, serious fight. Alastair paid close attention to the new teacher. Her name was Lady Guinevere. He was completely taken by her incredible beauty. Lady Alina protested his behavior toward a 40-year-old teacher, but he kept going on about her beauty, even claiming she had the perfect womanly body. Lady Alina was stunned by his old-fashioned taste, but trust me, you and I are ready for Alastair versus Drake. Stick with me, as Frey steps forward grinning. You and I are about to see a legend rise. Frey just ignores him and walks away. His vibe is different. He is not the boy David bullied. The entire class gasps as Frey grabs Professor Jane by the waist, boldly praising her beauty. While she stands there frozen in shock, he tells her not to worry. He says he is much older than he looks, then shoots his shot, asking her for dinner tonight. Jane struggles to break free and orders him back to his seat. Frey offers a bet. If he wins, she has to join him for dinner. Nobody thinks he has a chance. He is only a 1st-tier mage, while David is a 3rd-tier elite. Assuming it is an easy win, Jane agrees. The deal is set, but his confidence leaves her flustered. Her cheeks turn pink as she tries to regain her composure. Her heart should not be racing for a student. Now standing face to face, David asks if Frey has gone insane. He keeps mocking him, sure this is just a desperate act to get the professor to stop the match. Pure hatred burns in David's eyes. He keeps hurling insults, but Frey does not even blink once. David vows to rip out his vocal cords and break every single bone in his body. This would be Frey's last day walking, but the boy shows zero fear. In his memory, those low-level spells were never really that dangerous anyway. David acts like a god. At Jane's signal, the match begins. Both warriors stand their ground. Watch closely as David unleashes Stone Fury, raising massive rocks and forming a deadly stone arrow in the air. The crowd is shocked he can use Stone Fury. Even Isabel is stunned. Jane said only 1st-tier spells were allowed, but David has not actually broken any rules. The red-haired girl demands an explanation. How is a spell that powerful even allowed? David brags it is a skill only a noble heir could master, then activates vision magic. It is incredibly powerful, yet a 1st-tier mage can still technically cast it. To his house, it is a mark of prestige, but he just uses it to bully the weak. Aiming the stone arrows at Frey, he thinks his opponent is terrified. Frey just brushes it off, saying those spells are absolutely nothing to him. Then with one hand, he casts Magic Missile. The entire arena goes dead silent in pure shock. The light is blinding. David laughs, certain his Stone Fury will crush a basic missile spell. He fires the stone arrow, but in one explosive clash, Frey shatters the rocks and blasts David back with absolutely terrifying speed and power. David is sent flying through the air. He hits the dirt, rolling, and starts foaming at the mouth. Speechless, even Professor Jane is mesmerized by Frey's growth. He has clearly become something else entirely during this time. David screams, but his throat is shredded. He cannot even beg. The scene is absolutely brutal. One student is still frozen, holding a rock. They only expected a simple practice match today. Frey says David is shaming his noble family by using vision magic so poorly in a duel. David tries to speak, but only drool runs from his mouth. Remembering the threat to his vocal cords, Frey just gives a cold, dark smile. The glowing sphere appears once again to finish the job. David had promised to crush his bones, and Frey was now ready to return the favor. You and I see David wanting to beg for mercy, but no words come out due to the damage. With a light touch, Frey fires the spear again. It strikes David's leg. He screams in agony, finally realizing he is completely doomed. His right leg is shattered. Frey keeps walking, reminding him that this was his own twisted plan. Isabel hides her eyes in horror. Seeing the violence, Jane tries to end the duel immediately, but David never actually surrendered his fighting spirit at all. Frey reminds her she said to treat this like real war. On a battlefield, there are no timeouts. Isabel just cannot believe her own eyes. She bows her head, helpless. Frey's eyes glow with rage. David loved hurting people, but now it is his turn. Frey says mages like him are the reason the kingdom is a total mess. For everyone's sake, he should never use magic again. Step by step, Frey comes closer, then says he was only joking about breaking every single bone. He will stop out of pity. David weeps, feeling a moment of relief, until Frey turns back toward him with a chilling look. David still has one good leg left, so he will just take that one too. Watching the sphere form again, David's eyes fill with despair. The power in Frey's hand grows, and David tries to scream, but no sound ever comes out. In the distance, others are watching. A blonde student takes note of Frey's power before quietly slipping away. Others watch the arena from the shadows, as the story spreads through the school fast. Frey demolished David in the duel, ruining his voice and his legs. Most students secretly think David was an idiot, and the school is better off without him. And so, you and I watch the family failure finally win. Stick with me. We're about to see just how much Frey's growing power is scaring everyone at 𝑽'𝒐𝒕𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄. Frey didn't recognize the stranger, who introduced himself as 𝒂𝒂𝒈𝒆, a senior student. Once Frey realized he was speaking to an upperclassman, he offered a polite introduction in return. They lock eyes for a tense moment. Then, 𝒂𝒂𝒈 offers him a spot in the elite 𝒀𝒂𝒗 circles. That name hits home for Frey. He's already heard plenty about this prestigious group of young mages. It's a student council representing the crown of 𝒂𝒐𝒕𝒆𝒄 Academy. They don't just take anyone, only the best. The rune ring on 𝒂𝒂𝒈's hand proves his elite status within the group. Frey, however, is mostly wondering if using his name without permission is a serious breach of privacy. He remains quiet while the student continues. Before 𝒂𝒂𝒈 can even reveal he's the leader, Frey turns his back. He has zero interest in joining. Convincing him won't be easy, a voice warns. It's 𝒂𝒂𝒗 now, pay attention, because things are about to get serious. At that name, Frey focuses. The newcomer steps out from the shadows and claims he is the true leader. He apologizes for his friend's rudeness, while insisting that everything said about the 𝒀𝒂𝒗 circles was true. Frey studies the boy in total silence. He's looking at him properly now. For someone so young, he radiates the aura of a true leader. Still, Frey isn't interested. He walks away, joking that he won't charge them for using his famous name. 𝒂𝒂𝒈 is absolutely furious at how arrogant the boy is, but 𝒂𝒂𝒗 tells him to let it go. His friend apologizes for the outburst. The blue-eyed leader watches him leave. Later that night, the academy's guests finally begin to arrive. Dinner is served, and Professor Jane is waiting for Frey. However, seeing Isabel at the table feels a bit strange. Isabel tells them to just pretend she's a ghost. Annoyed, Frey tells her she needs to leave the room. She just shrugs and mentions the conflict method. Suddenly, the professor is listening to every single word she says. Since Frey hasn't started her training yet, Isabel plans to stick to him like glue. Jane asks if she means Schweizer's secret method. Isabel, is stunned the professor has heard of it. Jane sips her drink, admitting she's only heard rumors from ancient warriors. She's searched the royal archives many times, but found absolutely nothing. Realizing Frey holds the key, she begs for more. Frey just takes a quiet sip from his silver cup. A man approaches the dining table, and a sudden touch startles the professor. Frey stands behind her, pulling her close, and says he can teach her something far more interesting. He wants to move the conversation to his private room. Jane feels a magnetic pull toward him, even though he's only 20 years old. Her mind and her body are no longer in sync. Just before they kiss, Isabel stops them. You and I know she wasn't about to let this get too steamy. Out on the balcony, Frey contemplates his fate. If the demigods truly rule this world, then he is in grave danger. Even after 4,000 years, the names of the great heroes and his own are still remembered. His legacy lives on through those still fighting for the cause. Isabel approaches quietly, but Frey is too deep in thought to notice. She just stares at him with wide, curious eyes. Moments later, Frey turns and asks her a serious question. He needs to know who really runs the academy. Who is the absolute strongest among the students, teachers, and staff? She complains that he never gives her any answers. He promises a trade, her secrets for the head of the school. Thrilled, she does a little victory dance. Perun Jun is the strongest student, while Professors Pulsman and Adelia lead the faculty. But overall, the strongest person here is almost certainly her powerful aunt. Her aunt is the headmistress of Westero, Madame Cyrus Tristan. Just then, Professor Jane steps out to join them. She explains that Cyrus is a legendary sixth circle mage with a frozen heart. Frey senses the weight of that power. Theoretically, a mage can reach the ninth circle, but no one has achieved that in over 3,000 years. Most scholars believe the eighth circle is the true limit for any mortal human. Fewer than 10 mages have ever reached the eighth, making the ninth circle a total myth. Frey looks around. He asks Jane if the headmistress was the one who cast the academy's massive protective spell. Jane isn't sure, but admits it's likely. Frey realizes he's not ready to face a sixth circle master quite yet. Something feels wrong. He needs to meet Cyrus Tristan personally. He turns and calls his new student over to him. His expression softens as he thinks about the favor he's about to ask. Dragging an innocent child into this mess might be a terrible idea. His current goal is the seventh circle. The professor warns him that would take 10 years, even for a genius. Frey claims he'll reach it before summer ends. Jane laughs, but trust me, you and I know he's dead serious. All right, you and I are about to see if our reborn mage can charm the professor. An annoyed Isabel reminded him she was right there, warning that any scandal with a student would definitely bring her aunt's wrath down on them. That killed the mood instantly. This was exactly why he couldn't stand dealing with children. Professor Jane took her leave, making Isabel even saltier. As the lamps flickered to life, Arthur knew there was absolutely no need to hurry his pace. He just needed to be precise. Glancing at the moon, he took the shortcut. 2 weeks later, a familiar face came limping back onto the grounds. David returned seeking revenge, still delusional enough to believe a commoner like Arthur could never truly best a noble house like his. His screams echoed through the halls. Meanwhile, Arthur just sat there reading, completely ignoring the boy's red-faced fury. David vowed to make him regret his very existence, promising to turn the boy's life into a living nightmare. Before he could finish, Arthur fired a magic missile. Pay attention here, because this loudmouth is about to get wrecked while the other students watch in fear. Now his nose was shattered, too. Later, Professor Kevin announced that David had been sent home to recover from his injuries. Bored, Arthur wandered through Westbury Academy. He expected more class from these nobles, especially if they wanted to learn how to draw mana directly from the source. He needed a real fight. Then someone barked, "Hey, you with the weird hair." A boy behind him smirked, saying he'd heard rumors about Arthur's magic skills. Standing in a ruined room, the senior introduced himself as Lord Alistair, clearly expecting Arthur to tremble at his name. With zero hesitation, he bragged that crushing a skinny peasant like him wouldn't even require him to break a sweat. Furious, he demanded to know what Arthur had done to his brother, David. Arthur didn't even blink, wondering if these fools were actually seeking their own destruction on purpose. Demanding respect, the senior raised his hand. To Arthur, they were just spoiled brats. Alastair kept bragging about his 17th place finish in the grand tourney. Arthur just yawned, clearly unimpressed by the senior's pathetic little boast. Finally, the senior tried to intimidate him, declaring that today would be the day of Arthur's funeral. To Arthur, it was just another bully barking at a freshman to impress his lackeys. Those boys were only there to enjoy the show. They didn't feel the need to gang up on him yet, unaware that Arthur was already conjuring a lethal magic missile. It struck 3 students at once, while Alastair was blasted clear across the floor. Arthur's sheer power could drop an entire squad in one shot. Alastair lay motionless on the floor as the others grew even more furious. They whined about him attacking during a speech, but Arthur found messing with these arrogant nobles to be quite entertaining. Their rage boiled over at his smug attitude. The heir of House Gilead stepped forward, desperate to crush the insolent freshman. The second son of House Pinnock joined the fray, but Arthur wasn't bothered. He simply raised his hands and unleashed another volley. As the mob rushed him, he kept gathering mana, dropping his attackers one by one with effortless precision. A simple flick of his wrist created a devastating missile. Soon, he sat atop a pile of defeated bodies, bored by the entire experience. You and I know they weren't worth his effort. He just scoffed and walked away. Clouds drifted over the towers. Arthur had been studying his ancient techniques so intensely that he eventually collapsed from pure exhaustion. A voice asked what he had been up to. He turned and found Isabel watching him closely. Rumors spread of the deadly missile after he kept dropping fools with a single spell. The nickname was embarrassing, but he still hadn't needed to use any stronger spells. Isabel felt startled by the strange new feelings blooming within her heart. Seeing him slumped over his desk, she couldn't look away. Without even lifting his head, he simply asked what she wanted from him. She said she had followed his unique advice. She knew blood enhanced magic circles, but that 7-to-3 ratio with essence was a total revelation. Using wyvern blood would make the results even better. Still, she thanked him for the incredible discovery. After a brief silence, she asked what he intended to teach her next. Arthur looked so drained that he just stared blankly back at her. She didn't look away, clearly desperate to see his true power. He hadn't realized he was now her personal mentor. Since she was talented, he knew the right training could elevate her to the 7th tier. He pondered it for a moment. Then, he looked up and told her that her next lesson would be real conflict. Her face lit up instantly. He explained he was leaving the academy for training during the break and offered to let her tag along. He warned her the journey would be grueling and potentially fatal, but she accepted before he could even finish his warning. She was desperate to master combat. No matter the cost, she was going. On the day of departure, she arrived with a massive travel pack. Arthur couldn't believe how much useless junk she had actually packed. Nervously, she asked where they were going, but even Arthur wasn't sure. Stick with me, because their journey is about to get legendary. All right, you and I are about to dive into a journey that goes from 0 to 100 real fast. Using an old map, they plotted the quickest route and estimated their total travel time. Sailing would take half a day, but the mountain path was treacherous and crawling with deadly beasts. Isabel prepared without a hint of fear, knowing it wouldn't be easy. Frey just looked on, clearly annoyed. During their trek, they discussed teleportation stones for long distances. 4,000 years ago, those did not even exist. Magic had stagnated, but tech had soared. Still, crossing kingdoms with a stone felt like a miracle. The catch was the price. A trip from 𝒀𝒂𝒂𝒏 to Hispaniola would cost a staggering 10 gold. Frey checked his pockets for coin, but only found a single gold piece. Time for a backup plan. Knowing Isabel was a lady of high birth, just like 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 himself, he asked about her funds. She brought nothing. She claimed money makes people soft, so she left it all behind. Apparently, earning gold was part of her training. Frey stood there speechless at her pure audacity while she lugged that massive pack around. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 snapped back, insisting the two had nothing to do with each other. A lady needs her things. They pressed on toward the docks, hoping for a miracle. Neither had ever worked a day in their lives. The port was teeming with sailors. They both stared up in absolute awe at the massive wooden vessel. It was free for academy students, explaining the massive crowd. Plus, the food was said to be legendary. Frey was practically drooling at the thought until he heard the ship was full. The next one, 4 days away. He collapsed in despair, certain they would miss their window. Their only hope was the 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔, a battered old ship. There was no room for complaints. That was just the way the world worked. Even with a stop at 𝒀𝒕𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔, it would take 5 days. Academy students still rode for free. Below deck, the crew whispered. A man with a scarred face confirmed everything was ready. The captain planned to sail tonight for the raid. A pirate with an eye patch let out a dark laugh. When asked why, he called it his mark of pride. Studying their charts, the bloodthirsty crew plotted. They pointed to a remote sea lane, targeting the ship bound for 𝒀𝒕𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔. The ambush was set for right after they passed the 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔. Now pay attention here. This is exactly where the trap is set for the unsuspecting 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔. Watch closely. The captain welcomed everyone aboard with a smile. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔, being polite, struck up a conversation with the man. Without this ship, they would be stranded for days. It was decent enough, despite having very few passengers on board. The captain explained the route went near the 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔 grew tense, but he was quick to reassure her. Only 2 warships were escorting them, but both carried a powerful 4th-degree mage. Both were seasoned battle mages from the magic tower. Surely, pirates would not dare strike with them around. The mages kept their barriers active. That finally helped 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔 relax. Surely, no pirate was stupid enough to attack. Then Frey sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, the crew panicked as a pirate fleet appeared. A massive, heavily armed warship was charging straight at them. Even Captain Mac stood frozen. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔 could only stare in panic at the unfolding nightmare. Okay, I know exactly what you are thinking. Pirates versus mages? This should be an easy win. Well, think again. Just minutes before, the pirates had locked onto their target, watching the 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔 crawl into view. Those 2 escort ships were a problem, but they had brought a secret guest for this raid. Speaking in a forbidden tongue, he unleashed his power. It was Lord Dullard, a lick aiding the pirate scum. He radiated pure darkness and ruin, but the captain did not care. An undead monster of legend. With a lick, the captain believed he would finally go down in pirate history. Dark energy swirled into shadow magic. His first move, ice spears. He aimed directly for the escorts, targeting the mages. Seeing the frost coming, the 2 mages scrambled to defend. It was already too late. The spears were too powerful. Despite their best efforts, the ice shattered the hulls and obliterated the warships instantly. The pirate captain laughed, already envisioning the mountain of gold. His crew drew their blades, ready for the slaughter. As they drew closer, he praised the lick's deadly magic. But then, the undead sensed something strange. When the monster turned, even the captain flinched. Dullard had cast 3 spears. Why was the 3rd ship still floating? And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are watching as the lick snaps, calling the man a boneheaded brat. He promised to strike just hard enough to stop them, without sinking the ship. The brigands still looked completely lost. Lord Silas felt something strange about the sovereign. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on deck as the noble students scrambled in panic. Nearby, a hooded figure sat in silence. Under his cloak, he looked exhausted, his breathing heavy and strained. Frey and 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔 stood paralyzed. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was terrified by the destroyed fleet, but Frey's face remained remarkably calm despite the slaughter. He placed a steady hand on her head, telling her to stay calm. For now, they only faced brigands, but he had bigger worries. 3 ice spears were launched, yet the one aimed at their ship simply vanished. He knew he had not cast a shield, so he began piecing the mystery together. He sensed the mana but could not block it. This presence reminded him of a demigod's cruelty, and a deep rage sparked because he had been unable to defend himself. He forced his focus back. It was not a demigod. The mana felt undead, yet their savior remained hidden. Frey thought to himself, whoever saved us deserves our thanks. Now pay attention, because the pirate ship is closing in and the students are absolutely losing it. The vessels pulled alongside each other and boarding planks were dropped. Armed raiders rushed onto the deck. The crew screamed for help, defenseless against the onslaught. Chaos reigned until a lone figure finally rose to take action. The real battle began. The sovereign was smaller than the Frostgale, but it carried 40 children from noble houses. Thinking of the massive ransom, the pirate captain smirked. He introduced his crew as the bloodthirsty sea wolves. The ship's captain drew his blade, but the pirate only saw a treasure chest full of wealthy heirs. The crew roared with laughter, enraging every noble aboard. Then the pirate noticed a seemingly helpless apprentice standing before him. The brave boy declared the ship was full of future master mages who would not fall. In short, they had attacked the wrong ship today. The captain saw the boy gathering magic to defend himself, but before he could finish, a heavy object slammed the apprentice into the wood. The pirate captain had thrown a dagger. The boy panicked instantly with the blade pinned near his throat. Frey and Isabel watched the boy tremble in fear. Frey realized the blade was meant for the neck, but its path had been diverted. He sensed the hooded man's presence. You and I are likely thinking the same thing. Is this hooded stranger our mysterious protector? The figure warned him not to take risks. Obey and stay quiet. The captain acted as if it were a mistake before ending the games. Spotting an easy target, he decided to make an example of the boy. The apprentice backed away, trembling in terror. He was so terrified, he wet himself. The captain mocked him mercilessly as a baby, while another pirate stepped forward to help. He hoisted the boy over his shoulder, joking about giving the brat a much-needed bath. The hooded figure spoke up, but the pirate tossed the boy into the sea. The student struggled, begging for his life. He drifted away until he vanished beneath the waves. Even as a second-tier mage, Cedric was murdered without a second thought. The pirates felt nothing. Enraged, the other students finally unleashed their magic, but the captain just complained about the loud noise. The students launched volley after volley, but a far greater power crushed their spells. The undead's aura shielded the brigands, blocking every single magical attack with ease. The apprentices had no way to fight such evil. The captain laughed while the undead did the heavy lifting. Using dark sorcery, he overwhelmed the students as a shadowy force pulled them in. One boy watched in horror at the legend unfolding. A terrifyingly powerful lick. Isabel was horrified, but Frey stayed locked in deep, calculated thought. These pirates had made a pact with an immortal, but immortals only use mortals for their own ends. The brigands only cared for gold. Their greed blinded them to the danger they invited. Terrified, Isabel grabbed Frey. He told her to let go, complaining of the heat until he saw her face. She was weeping. These were clearly no ordinary sea raiders. The lick was at least 5th tier, far beyond the ship's mages. The captain turned toward the mysterious figure. Demanding answers, the lick ordered the one who blocked his strike to step forward. He knew they were hiding aboard. When silence followed, he issued a grim threat. Ice arrows formed as he warned that everyone would die if they stayed hidden. Trust me, you and I are about to see this madman turn those arrows into a bloodbath. The captain tried his best to stop Lord Doulard. Trust me, the undead's terrifying glare silenced him immediately. Even the veteran captain couldn't meet those hollow eyes. Then a hooded figure stepped forward. The lick narrowed his eyes, already suspecting this stranger was the one who interfered. Without hesitation, the young man admitted it. Intrigued, the lick asked him for his name. The boy pulled back his hood, and everyone was stunned. Even Lady Isabella looked shocked, though Lord Frey seemed oddly detached from the entire situation. The boy introduced himself as Perron of House, Jun. Isabella recognized her classmate from the academy. Everyone knew Perron. He led the academy's biggest club and was the true son of one of the kingdom's 3 most powerful families. He was a genius, always rivaling Isabella for first place. But today, grades didn't matter at all. She knew the truth. Their grades were close, but his magical power far exceeded hers. The girls were amazed to see Perron. Some even cheered, thinking they might survive. Isabella hoped Perron could actually handle this monster. But Frey told her not to expect much. Blood was dripping from Perron's mouth. He was likely barely standing on his own 2 feet. The lick was at least 5th circle. Even though Perron was gifted, it looked like he had only just reached that level. Surviving a spell stronger than his own was nothing short of a miracle. Desperate, Isabella asked if Frey was stronger than the undead, but he said no. He told her to step back because his body still felt dangerously overheated. Worn out, Perron regretted picking this ship. He chose the one with the fewest students to avoid attention, but it turned out to be a massive, deadly mistake. He stopped the curse, but the effort left his body feeling like it might shatter. Watch closely here. The lick tells him it's his lucky day, but Perron has no idea how to win. He found rare material for his collection. Thinking death was near, Perron slowly closed his eyes in defeat. Someone asked the pirate leader his price. With a smirk, he claimed it was nothing too serious. He couldn't ignore wealthy children sailing through the Serpent Isles. They were far too valuable. So, as friends, they would escort everyone safely to Port Symphonia. A pirate added that the captain was a busy man, but they'd only help after getting paid for their protection. In the end, it was all about the gold. Perron stood completely still. Then, he made another offer to the captain. He would be the only hostage, and House Jun would pay twice what the pirates expected. But the captain refused. With a lick on his side, he could take anything. Perron shrugged, admitting the man had a point. He wasn't strong enough to beat their hired lick. Still, he vowed to fight with everything and not die alone. That answer shocked the captain. Frey felt interested in the boy, liking his courage at such a young age. He saw a bright future for the kingdom, but the undead had no intention of stopping now. Perron's mana was vast, yet he turned pale once he understood the monster's true, dark goal. He tried to dodge, but the undead meant to drain his mana and turn him into a servant. Skeletal claws snatched Perron from the air. Negotiations were over. It was time to move everyone to the pirate ship. Students ran in terror, but the pirates seized them by force. They grabbed the girls tightly and wouldn't let go. The pirates were pleased until the one-eyed marauder remembered he should help take hostages, too. You and I know what's coming, but the pirate just spotted Isabella and approached her. The pirate mocked Frey, calling him a twig. Frey glanced around like he didn't know who he meant until he realized the man was talking to him. The man called him a skinny brat. Frey calmly asked him for a little respect. That answer enraged the pirate. Cracking his knuckles, he prepared to beat Frey down, but the boy stayed firm. Students were already tied up. Jack sneered that fame went to Frey's head. The pirate was fed up. He stormed toward Frey with his sword drawn, while everyone watched closely. Even with fear everywhere, Frey stayed still. The pirate closed in for the final strike. Isabella shut her eyes, unable to watch the slaughter. But the one who got smashed and lost his teeth was the pirate. Frey blasted him away instantly. The man flew off like rotten fruit. Frey watched him fall. His kick sent the enemy straight into the sea, leaving everyone stunned. The one standing there was Lord Frey, the Academy's so-called eternal loser. The blonde boy stared in shock, trying to figure out what kind of move that was. You and I just witnessed a perfect mana-filled kick. He knew Frey had talent, but this level of control was beyond anything he ever imagined. Stick with me. You are about to see our hero Frey show everyone who is really in charge. He warned her to stay sharp. Every man here was a weakling compared to her, minus that lick. The young lady gave a small smile and focused her mana, while Frey turned to face the pirates. One pirate mocked them, claiming his man only lost because he was distracted by a pretty face. In a flash, the gray-haired boy was right in his face, moving faster than the wind. The pirate could not even react. From the shadows, the Lick watched Frey with a look of pure shock. Suddenly, aura erupted with a massive bang. The pirate could only groan in absolute agony. Frey struck him down dead. He coldly told them the deal was off, and he was done playing nice with them anymore because they crossed the line. Frey realized he had never killed before, but it did not matter now as the room fell silent. Vermin like this were never going to respect a man like him anyway. The pirates charged him with a roar. Frey just grabbed one by the throat and tossed him into the others with enough force to break bones. He followed up with a wave of aura that tore straight through the front line. The survivors froze. Now watch this. They tried to surround him, but Frey just expanded his aura and crushed them all. The Lick's bodyguard gasped, calling it impossible. Meanwhile, Frey kept dropping pirates like they were nothing. The students watched in total awe. Suddenly, a desperate pirate grabbed a young girl as a hostage, begging for his own life with a knife to her throat. Frey moved instantly, leaving afterimages behind as he closed the gap in a split second. One brutal kick sent the pirate flying over the girl, shattering his jaw in an instant. The rest tried to swarm him, but Frey leaped high, letting them crash into one another. They screamed threats about dragging him to the deep sea, but then they saw the massive sphere of energy in his hand that hummed with power. They begged for mercy, but he fired without a word. Their screams vanished, leaving only dust and scorched earth in the middle of the sea for all to see. Frey landed softly. That is when he noticed one lucky pirate had actually survived. The man held the mage at knife point, calling Frey a monster and warning him not to move. Frey just stared him down and asked, quite flatly, exactly what he had just said. And honestly, you and I both saw this coming. The mage released a massive electric shock that swallowed both her and the pirate whole in a bright light that blinded everyone. That one blast was enough to end it. The entire pirate crew stood there in stunned silence. Even the Lick and 𝒂𝒈 were left completely speechless by that display. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 asked what he thought of her. Frey dryly noted she acted very sweet for someone who was actually that dangerous when she was cornered by an enemy. Suddenly, slow clapping echoed from the back, making the young hero turn around. It was the thug standing with the Lick, mocking their power while admitting he was actually impressed. The hero and the villain locked eyes until the thug broke the silence with a deal. He said Frey was no ordinary mage, but taking on the whole ship alone was suicide. Frey stayed silent, as the man offered to leave if they simply handed over exactly half of the students on this ship, to be taken as slaves. The captives began to sob, crying for their families and begging not to be taken away. The villain called it a win-win, but Frey asked how that was fair when most of their enemy force was already lying dead on the floor from his own hands. The villain just sneered, telling the boy he could pick who lived and who got sold off. Suddenly, a blonde woman ran forward, desperately begging Frey to pick her for survival. She offered money, then promised any kind of service he wanted just to be saved. Another student dropped to his knees, joined by more who started offering gold for their lives. Frey sighed and dryly told 𝒂𝒏 she should start collecting all these payments. 𝒂𝒏 snapped that he could not be serious. He just smirked and joked about starting an auction right then and there to see who would pay more. The crowd kept begging and swarming him, while the others watched in absolute silence. Frey finally asked if they were done, before shoving the blonde away for being too clingy. He called them all rats, saying they only knew how to use gold to get their way. They lived off their parents' wealth and bullied others, proving they were not worthy of being called mages of the kingdom at all. So what do you and I take from this? Real mages protect the weak, no matter what happens to themselves in the end. All right, you and I are jumping into the moment our hero ruined the mood by demanding his gold again. Nearby, the enemies watched the scene unfold. The red-haired noble glanced at the Lick, wondering why he was staying so quiet. Was the monster actually worried about a boy? The Lick laughed, claiming no mortal man was beyond his dark influence. The noble froze in shock as the creature read his very thoughts, before quickly trying to regain his composure. The undead king claimed he was merely observing, while the villain vowed to guard his mind more carefully next time. The monster continued to study Frey, feeling a strange mana he had never encountered before from a human fighter. Still, he saw only a 5-star mage. Deciding the human was no threat, the Lick unleashed a terrifying pressure that shredded his own cloak. His subordinate praised Lord Doulard's might with absolute confidence as the heroes watched the monster's aura explode. The Lick claimed he had crushed countless mages like this before, ordering the boy to surrender his soul. Our silver-haired hero stayed calm, telling the monster he talked too much. Infuriated, the Lick conjured a swarm of purple soul spears. The young lady was terrified by the dark spell, but the Lick fired before she could even shout a warning. Frey simply stepped aside, and the attack nearly struck the pirates standing nearby. But the missiles curved in the air, coming back for another strike. The mage screamed for Frey to keep moving. He dodged again with effortless grace, already seeing through the trick. Watching from the sidelines, the red-haired lord grew worried. Pay attention here. These missiles track their target even if the Lick casts something else. Suddenly, the Lick summoned bone hands. Dark magic flooded the deck as skeletal claws erupted from the floorboards. The hero kept dancing around the missiles, but the skeletal hands caught him by surprise from the shadows. The villain began to cheer as if victory was theirs, but the girl's scream was drowned out by massive explosions. The blast was overwhelming, forcing the mage to conjure a desperate barrier to protect her friends from the shockwave. Everyone scrambled for cover as debris flew everywhere. Once the smoke cleared, the redhead realized Frey had vanished. Only the wreckage of the ship remained. She cried out his name, begging for any sign of life. The blonde mage began to weep in despair. Then, without warning, the Lick's homing missiles froze in midair. The monster was stunned, looking around in confusion only to see his own weapons now pointed at him. He hurriedly raised a shield to block the impact, losing his grip on the mage he had captured. It didn't matter. He gathered dark energy in his palms and blasted the remaining projectiles into dust. How had a mere boy turned his own magic against him? He thought the battle was won until Frey appeared behind him. Everyone watching was shocked to see the hero standing there, without a single scratch. The Lick spun around in a panic, but no matter how fast he moved, the hero stayed perfectly at his back. Terrified, the monster leaped high into the air to create some distance. The Lick was completely rattled, unable to process how any of this was possible. Mortal men weren't supposed to possess such speed, but the hero simply stared up with magic shining in his eyes. He gave the terrified girl a calm look and a small nod. She gazed at him in awe, suddenly remembering a vision of an ancient mage who looked exactly like him. Wait for it, the pieces are finally coming together for her. The villain began charging a final spell as ice spears rained down. The sight terrified the young blonde boy nearby. The crew looked up in horror, certain of their death. The Lick decided that sinking the ship was his only escape. He bombarded the vessel, willing to kill everyone to save himself. But then, he stopped. Every single attack was blocked effortlessly. Frey had raised a massive protective barrier around the entire ship. The undead creature could only scream in disbelief. The young mage realized the gap in their power. He would have died just trying to stop a single spear. The lady kept wondering who this mysterious man really was. Above them, the monster formed a massive iceberg to crush them. The blonde boy screamed that nothing could possibly survive an impact that massive. Roaring for the humans to perish, the Lick hurled the frozen mountain down like a falling star. Our hero answered by leaping into the sky, charging through the ice and splitting it. He rose until he was face to face with the monster. The mages below shielded themselves from the debris. The Lick ranted, refusing to believe a 5-star mage could possess such power. The silver-haired hero simply replied that he finally knew the path he had to walk. The monster screamed about what lies beyond 5 stars, but trust me, he was about to learn that his spells meant absolutely nothing here. Trembling, The undead Lick demanded to know who he really was. Arthur Thorne, the Academy's loser. Stick with me, this specific name terrified the ancient monster. He declared himself Lord Alaric, the strongest mage returned after 4,000 years of silence. On the ship, mages struggled to stay focused while Lady Claire watched him with deep worry. The monster lunged forward, screaming that Alaric was dead, launching a brutal and direct attack. Arthur appeared behind him, mocking his stance, before piercing through to grab his glowing heart. Arthur stared him down, asking if the Lick still planned on clinging to a hollow life. He admitted he'd only guessed the core's location, making it a very lucky strike. As the monster begged for mercy, Arthur crushed the stone, triggering a massive, blinding blast. The Lick dissolved into ash, leaving the mage floating with a cold and stern gaze. The mages stood stunned by the speed of it all. Now, watch closely, everything changes from this point. Arthur appeared behind the pirate captain, making it clear their deals were finally over. Every pirate on that ship was crushed, including the captain, who ended up in a truly pathetic state. Standing among the fallen, Arthur finished the entire battle with one final, crushing downward strike. He turned to see the young apprentices staring at him from a safe and respectful distance. Claire watched Arthur in awe. By dawn, they reached the harbor, where a young blonde noble named Julian stopped them to praise his skill. The boy claimed to be a fan, but Arthur coldly ignored him, leaving Claire totally confused. Julian bowed low, promising to repay the debt of saving his life one day soon. Claire told the boy there was no need to bow, as Arthur finally began to relax. Arthur asked if the boy was hurt, but Julian claimed he was perfectly prepared for anything. Arthur found that funny, and they walked as Julian asked what had truly happened back there. He demanded to know how Arthur defeated a Lick, a feat impossible for any normal mage. You and I are wondering too, was the Academy's weakest student hiding this power all along? Arthur simply replied that life is full of surprises and kept his secrets to himself. They shared a silent look before Julian shrugged, finally breaking the heavy tension between them. After the chaos, Julian invited Arthur to his family estate to thank him properly. Claire blushed, waiting for an answer, but Arthur said he'd only think about it later. This made his companion furious. How could he brush off a noble's formal invitation like that? Arthur changed his tune, asking if there was any gold involved, making Claire snap at him. She screamed that he was shameless, but he reminded her they were completely and utterly broke. Overhearing them, the blonde noble asked why they were so desperate for coins in the first place. Arthur explained they needed a costly 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 stone to travel. Seeing their trouble, Julian reached into his bag and handed over a pile of gold. 3 gold coins and 300 silver made the pair instantly and incredibly happy. They only needed 20 gold, but the noble insisted they keep every single coin he offered. Arthur realized the kid was just a spoiled rich boy as they continued through the city. Julian listed countless reasons to visit his home, and Arthur quickly started getting tired of it. Arthur snapped, so Julian mentioned his father and his sister, who were powerful warriors. Arthur's interest spiked when Julian mentioned an older sister in Lioness, a detail that clearly drove Lady Claire into a jealous rage. Julian lamented that his warrior family would likely be disappointed in his poor grasp of magic. Claire told him not to worry, insisting he was far stronger than he believed himself to be. Arthur teased the boy, telling him to stay confident with a handsome mentor like him around. He ruined it by asking for an aunt next, driving Claire into a total screaming fit. She screamed at him, calling him a total pervert for his shameless comments about her family. The blonde boy took a deep breath and then burst into a fit of sudden laughter. And that's where we leave it. You and I just witnessed the start of something epic. As the sun begins to set, the young noble says it is finally time to leave. He makes sure to invite them to his estate once more, insisting he cannot rest until he has repaid his debt. Frey gives a vague answer about visiting if he finds the time, which immediately triggers Isabel's temper again. As they wait to part ways, You and I can see Isabel taking their silent exchange as a very good sign. They exchange final farewells, and Frey quietly notes that the noble boy might actually make a decent friend. Frey remarks that the boy had the proper manners of a true noble. Isabel agrees, until Frey adds that the kid also had a very fat wallet, annoying her once more. Frey is totally clueless about why she is angry now. When she finally explodes, he just says being broke is not his fault. The following morning, Isabel tries on various sets of armor and gear, even eyeing a flashy set of mage robes, and asks Frey if she looks pretty. Frey just says he wants to go home. He tells her to choose practical gear over frilly junk that will just slow her down, leaving her flustered. Isabel starts losing her cool, shouting that she is just happy to finally wear decent clothes. Meanwhile, Frey remains completely oblivious to why she is so upset. The shopkeeper notes Frey's taste for simple gear, and trust me, he's already regretting bringing her along on this long journey. Later, near the city gates, the pair sets off with their new equipment. Frey notes that no matter how often he sees it, that specific item is incredible. The enchanted void bag. It uses spatial magic to carry far more weight and items than it should ever hold. Isabel shrugs it off as nothing special. When Frey asks if she is being overly dramatic, she simply says it does not matter now. Frey takes a deep breath and reflects. He realizes that just like the portal stones, the world has advanced and the human population has exploded in size. Then it hits him that this is obvious. After all, he has been gone for 4,000 years. He suspects the demigods used to suppress human progress. To those divine beings, humans are probably nothing more than tiny ants. Isabel asks what he is thinking about and tells him they have finally reached the ancient portal stone. Frey scratches his cheek, lost in thought, and says he will figure things out eventually. A guard announces that the portal is opening and tells everyone to step inside the glowing magic circle. Frey is impressed they can manage separate travel groups like this. He admires the portal's efficiency, while Isabel begs him to stop embarrassing her in public. A massive magic circle forms overhead and begins to spread wide. Frey warns her that first-timers often get motion sickness, but she just snaps that she already knows that. The portal activates, sending a strange sensation through their bodies as they drift through a tunnel of light. Frey looks up in surprise as they finally arrive at the city of Hispain. He surveys the new land and thinks that even after 4,000 years, some things truly never change. He turns to ask where they should go next, only to find Isabel violently vomiting from portal sickness. She insists she just skipped breakfast and claims food will fix her, while Frey realizes he definitely should not have brought her along. Nearby, a group of men are drinking in a local tavern when the bartender notices something quite unusual. His focus shifts as Frey bursts in demanding a meal and a drink, shocking Isabel by ordering ale. She screams that drinking on duty is totally irresponsible. Frey tells her to keep quiet. She has no clue just how long it has been since his last drink. He adds that he still does not understand why the Academy forbids alcohol, leaving Isabel completely speechless with shock. She starts yelling that the reason is obvious, but Frey argues that everyone starts drinking at 13 anyway. The bartender serves their order and asks if they're mercenaries. Now watch closely, as Frey ignores him to focus on the food. The bartender assumes they are rookies, especially since they are dressed in brand new gear as if they were hunting a dragon. Frey keeps eating in silence. The bald man at the bar says that is not necessarily a bad thing. Wealthy kids should enjoy their youth, but he warns them to head home because rookies should not challenge the mountains. Isabel mentions hearing the peaks are packed with dangerous monsters. That comment only irritates the bartender, and he tells her she has absolutely no idea what she is talking about. She jumps in surprise, while the other nearby adventurers laugh at the thought of these two taking on the mountains. Frey ignores the noise and keeps stuffing his face. The bartender eventually apologizes, saying he has a son their age. He explains the boy once trained to be a mercenary, which is why he spoke up. Isabel asks where the son is now. The old man says he is gone. He tried to enter the mountain. She apologizes, but he says it is fine. The old man explains his son was escorting a mother and her daughter, but only the little girl returned alone, telling him that his son would never be coming back. The bartender clarifies he is not trying to insult them, but entering that mountain is a truly terrible idea. They might never return. Isabel is left completely speechless after hearing such a tragic story. Frey breaks the heavy silence, still eating as if nothing happened, and casually remarks that the food is great. Then, he asks about the monsters on the mountain. Isabel takes a bite to see if Frey is right, and trust me, you and I both know the food is actually terrible. All right, you and I are about to watch Frey risk everything by heading into the deadly mountains. The tavern keeper knows he is serious, muttering about how this mission is going to keep him awake. After they eat, he shares a secret map. Isabel admits her own plan was good, but this helps more. Frey tries to pay for the feast, but the old man waves him off. It is on the house. He says they can pay if they return alive. Frey jokes about his business sense, but he has heard it before. Leaving that night, Frey thanks him, but the old man calls him a liar with a rough laugh. The food is terrible, but the ale, best in the realm. He promises better sausages if they survive. Frey just smiles and says he is looking forward to that day. With a bright grin, the host sends them off as they disappear into the dark, misty forest path. Now watch closely. Everything explodes into blue lightning as a legendary knight strikes with world-shaking force, ripping through the earth. From the shadows, a red-haired lady watches the carnage, judging every single move the combatants make. A silent, white-haired man stands by her side, while warriors continue clashing across the burning, ruined fields. One soldier screams that the enemy is blocking them, but his comrade vows to carve a path through. Their conversation turns sharp and urgent as they scramble to decide their very next move. The white-haired man fears the danger, but the lady senses a much darker plot moving behind the scenes. They spot a massive spire swirling with raw energy, which she believes is the secret to everything happening. Elsewhere, enemies wait to strike, and our heroes realize they are being hunted from the darkness. Every second counts. Frey analyzes the battlefield, while the red-haired lady doubts his radical new strategy. He simply holds up one finger, signaling that he has one final, decisive point. He claims everything rests on just 1 month. She is skeptical of the timeline, but he stays certain that if they use the time well, they will succeed. Just as the sun rises, another brutal clash erupts. The knight charges with blue energy, while the red-haired fighter weaves through the explosions with insane speed. She evades the incoming fire to prepare her counter, while the silver-haired man reads every single move. I know what you are thinking, but here is a plan that could decide every single thing. The woman gazes in absolute wonder at a massive, thundering waterfall that dominates the entire valley. Through the roaring mist, they head for a hidden grotto where a mysterious power is waiting for them. Inside, a golden relic glows with ancient power. The silver-haired man knows this treasure is worth a fortune. Overwhelmed by the raw pressure, the red-haired girl drops to her knees as the light intensifies. She watches in awe and confusion, while our hero remains perfectly calm. With a single gesture, he tames the massive force. Lights drift around him as he meditates in a blue aura, gathering all that raw energy into his hands. Even the waterfall begins to surge with power, reacting to the incredible pressure he is releasing. The energy turns a deep, dark purple. He opens his eyes, sensing that something massive is coming. Without a hint of fear, she steps into the vortex, letting the same divine power swallow her whole. He smiles slightly, as if he just confirmed her hidden talent. The cave fills with a blinding vortex before the power settles, leaving the girl shocked by her growth. She looks up to find him wearing a playful, proud grin. He casually suggests getting some food. Caught off guard, she just stares before breaking into a smile. She thanks him, noting how much he has changed. The old Frey never would have trained her. Isabel never expected this from her former bully. Now, she feels a strange pull toward the new man. She pauses, wondering if she should say more. Lately, he feels like a completely different, dependable man. Curiously, he asks her which version of him she thinks is actually real. She laughs softly, saying both are him. In her eyes, people do not change, they simply grow stronger. He agrees, eyes closed. She is just glad he decided to take her on this private training journey. Suddenly she stops, feeling uneasy about what comes next. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are watching. Isabella get angry without even knowing why. Julian starts weaving a spell, a barrier trap designed to catch monsters while they try to get some sleep. He lies down, tells her to rest, and falls into a deep sleep instantly. Listening to his snoring, Isabella honestly just wants to punch him right in the face. By the next morning, Isabella is still sound asleep. She wakes up to another grueling day, looking absolutely exhausted. Meanwhile, Julian has been wide awake and ready to go for hours. 5 hours of sleep, that was all she got. And trust me, it was her last bit of rest before the training turned brutal. Now pay attention here. Julian is about to show her the deadly Castellan training method, known only as conflict. His aura shifts completely as he releases his mana. A glowing core begins to form, showing the terrifying forces he is combining. The spells tear apart to create a new state. Julian divides his internal mana into two extremes, fire and water. These opposing powers collide and push back, looking like a literal war is being fought inside his very own body. Controlling both elements with his eyes shut, Julian stays focused on the technique, mastering the flow of the water power. Inside him, the elements come alive. Water strikes while the fire desperately tries to defend. On the other side, his body remains aligned with fire. He has to keep them balanced like a scale that refuses to stay still. Watching in total awe, Isabella realizes how insane this method is. This was the legendary conflict method. She watches Julian, studying every single move he makes. Stealing her nerves, she decides to try it herself. She closes her eyes and pulls energy into her frame. The forces begin to fight immediately. Just as she was taught, she tries to force them into perfect harmony. But she fails. The technique makes her feel physically sick, and she collapses to the cold ground in agonizing pain. All that agony just from losing a tiny bit of balance. This training is absolutely heartless. Yet Julian stays perfectly calm, meditating as if nothing happened. Isabella starts to seriously wonder who this guy really is. Later, she heads to the waterfall to wash off. After a brutal day, the clear water feels like heaven. She reflects on everything while bathing. Once finished, she gets dressed and packs her gear back into her bag. Then she arranges some stones nearby. One large rock sits in front, with 6 smaller ones placed right beside it. She swaps the stones to track the time. That is when she realizes that 2 whole weeks have already slipped by. Through all that time, Julian hasn't moved a single inch. The boy kept using that terrifying method deep inside the cave. After checking the barrier, Isabella returns to see his progress. As she drops her bag, she senses a strange vibration. A blinding blue energy begins pouring out of him. You and I can see it too. Julian is sitting there, already on the verge of the 6th circle. 2 weeks, nobody grows that fast. The power radiating from him freezes her in place, but to Julian, this pace is still way too slow. He needs more speed. Amazed, Isabella just keeps watching him. She sits across from him, mimicking his posture to try again. Outside, rain pours down as they both lose themselves in training. 3 weeks have passed now. Those large stones don't lie about the time. They both release massive power, but her control is still nowhere near his. Suddenly, she feels something odd inside her. Once again, she can't match his godlike focus. A single slip is all it takes to ruin her internal balance. Still, the conflict method is making her stronger by the second. She realizes why modern mages are so weak. They aren't training like this. Then, she catches a whiff of her clothes and realizes she stinks. She looks toward the waterfall passage again. The barrier starts to crack as if something is forcing its way through. A second later, it shatters completely. A massive creature stands there. Her eyes fill with pure terror at the sight of a giant, glowing bird. Julian opens his eyes to investigate the noise. Shaken from his trance, he realizes he is looking at a legendary phoenix. Isabella can't believe a myth is standing before them, but Julian isn't scared. He looks at the beast with deep respect. Seeing how calm he is, she tries to relax too. There are plenty of monsters in the Highland moors, but she never imagined a divine beast would actually live here. The phoenix was drawn to the intense fire mana from their training. Julian simply holds out his hand to the creature. Terrified, Isabella screams that nobody can tame a divine beast, but the phoenix just watches his every move. And that's where we leave it. Julian actually gets to pet a legendary phoenix without it even flinching. Unreal, right? Alara stood frozen, shocked he could touch those searing, flaming feathers with his bare hands. The creature seemed calm, so her fear vanished. That is when she saw the brutal claw marks across its chest. Its heart had almost been ripped out. Honestly, it was a miracle the beast was still breathing. She thought these birds were immortal legends, but Sir Cedric explained they just resist death better than most living things. They were not actually gods. Shaken, Alara realized these mountains must hide horrors powerful enough to slaughter even a mythical beast. Whatever it had faced, it definitely was not an ordinary foe. Touching the embers, Alaric whispered he could help. He waited for the creature's response with unwavering focus. Soon, the beast lowered its guard and chose to trust him. To Alara, it suddenly looked quite peaceful. Alaric joked it was time to test his training. The bird opened its eyes, looking completely unimpressed. Still, the healing was nearly done. Alaric poured his power into the wounds while Alara watched every movement closely. To her, he felt like a different man entirely. His aura had shifted, and even the air around him felt strangely calm. While working, Alaric remembered an old friend and teased the bird for being afraid of a little rain. Annoyed, the creature began to rise. It felt like a silent challenge to race toward the mountain peak. Touching the bird sparked a deep nostalgia. Before long, its terrible wounds began to seal up completely. Once its energy returned, the bird's natural healing kicked in. Moments later, it was standing tall again. Power surged through its veins as it let out a piercing cry. Alaric smiled, reliving those ancient memories. Their eyes locked in a silent thank you. Then it took flight, revealing its majestic beauty to the skies. With its strength back, it looked unstoppable. A single shimmering feather remained in the cave, a parting gift. A feather like this could heal anything or craft legendary items. It was a treasure beyond any price. The bird clearly knew how to repay a debt. Alaric then joked that Alara was just like it, except entirely useless. She was stunned. How could he be so gentle with a beast, but so incredibly rude to people? He ignored her and went back to his ancient mana technique. Alara stood alone as he sank into deep training. Outside, the storm raged through the night. By morning, the first rays of sunlight finally broke through the heavy clouds. Dew clung to the forest floor. According to the markings on the stone wall, 4 full weeks had passed. Now pay attention here. You and I can see that Alaric is pushing his physical body way past its absolute breaking point. No food, just a full week of deep meditation. He looked exhausted, yet radiated the aura of a master. She stared at the raw energy pouring from him. To her, he was truly something special. Even with his sharp tongue, the calm kindness he showed the bird and his vast, seasoned knowledge made him seem like a truly legendary archmage. Sometimes, Alaric reminded her of a legendary sorcerer she had once seen in the capital. Her respect was turning into something deeper. Suddenly, Alaric's breathing became sharp, precise, and perfectly controlled. She waited, terrified. Then his aura exploded, releasing all the raw energy he had been building up inside. When his eyes opened, the fatigue was obvious. Still, he forced his trembling body to stand upright. Stunned, Alara realized he had actually done it. In 1 month, he achieved the impossible. She congratulated him. He had finally reached the 6th rank. Alaric closed his eyes and felt the massive power within. This was unbelievable. The youngest person to ever hit the 6th rank was 35 years old. If the kingdom found out a student did this, there would be chaos. Now, Alaric draws mana just by breathing. I know what you're thinking. After all that hard work, is Alaric really going to fall apart right now? After a week without food, his body was completely drained of energy. He needed a meal right away. Believing he would recover, they left the safety of the cave. Outside, they found signs of a slaughter. Vile monster corpses were scattered everywhere. While he was deep in meditation, it seemed the phoenix had stayed behind to protect them both. Thinking of how he healed it, Alaric felt grateful. He knew their paths would cross again. They decided to eat before heading toward the Blackwood vault. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the woods. They both froze instantly. That was definitely a human voice crying out nearby. Hunger forgotten, they had to go and investigate the source immediately. Alaric launched into the air while Alara shouted after him. Trust me, the journey is only beginning. You and I just watched her freeze while he stayed in the distance, weeping and begging for a mercy that's never coming. Bound to an ancient oak, he watched as daggers whistled past his head. Stick with me, you are about to see a twisted game of death. His friends were cold, and these skull-masked bandits were just bored. Luckily, Victor's massive hangover made his aim absolutely pathetic. John snatched the blade, eager for his turn, but the lieutenant barked at them to quit the nonsense and focus. Gnawing on salted meat, he muttered about some mysterious lady return. He was beyond done with camping in these godforsaken peaks. John raised his steel, shouting for an audience. He bragged he would put this throw right between the poor man's eyes. The captive braced for death as John hurled the dagger with all his might. A scream ripped from his throat, but midair, something sparked. The blade diverted, thudding harmlessly into the dirt instead. The outlaws stood frozen in pure confusion. One idiot even laughed, blaming the wind for such a miserable miss. Now pay attention, this is where the hunter becomes the prey. As they packed up, Victor realized a shadow was right beside him. It was Arthur. Victor sensed the killing intent immediately. John drew his steel, but Arthur just stood there, absorbing the filth of their camp. Then his gaze drifted. He saw the bodies they had been using as living dartboards for their sick amusement. They were loving every second of it. One fool even mocked Arthur, claiming he looked as pale as a fresh corpse. Then chaos. Before they could blink, Arthur's blade sang, taking Victor's head clean off his shoulders. John just stood there, paralyzed by that impossible speed. The rest of the gang scrambled in panic. Hearing the slaughter, Captain Lawrence dropped his meal and reached for his sword. A legendary blade flashed through the air, carving through his men like paper. Then, in a heartbeat, the intruder just vanished. It was the Heaven's Light, a Tier 5 relic, and Arthur was wielding it with 1 gold total retribution. These monsters were about to learn a lesson in blood. Meanwhile, young Elizabeth was sprinting through the woods, gasping for air. When she finally found Arthur, the scene was nightmare fuel. He stood amidst a mountain of corpses, his face completely stone cold. You and I saw this coming, but look at the aftermath. He left one alive as a bloodhound while he stared at the carnage. The lieutenant's head rolled at his feet. That meant the captain was still out there somewhere, breathing. The girl whispered, asking if he'd kill them all. After seeing what they did to innocents, his answer was already written in blood. He had to end the divine ones, sick, twisted games. The mere thought of those celestial beings finding joy in human suffering made his stomach turn completely. A trembling voice broke the silence. The man bound to the tree choked out a thank you for his life. He was bleeding out fast. Arthur told him flatly that he was not planning on playing babysitter today. The mercenary panicked, begging for salvation. He could not die in this hole. Through tears, he sobbed about needing to make peace with his father. That caught Arthur's interest. Nearby, a group of cutthroats were whispering about their 3rd Division getting absolutely decimated. Captain Charles thought they were just drunk and delusional, but the survivor swore on his life He had seen the massacre with his own eyes. The killer had silver hair, a gaunt frame, and reeked of the grave. This was no ordinary night. They could not even land a scratch on him. He took every head in seconds, leaving only this one lucky bastard to tell the tale. That description piqued Charles' curiosity. It sounded like they were dealing with a high-level sorcerer. He was casting 2 spells simultaneously, a true battle mage. Charles slammed his fists down, his face twisting in pure rage. He barked orders to hunt the intruder down immediately. They would swarm him and put an end to this insolence. Charles doubted the House of Beaufort had the gold for such a mage. He turned back, asking if they had really been using live targets. The target was just a hired sword. Charles remembered him guarding a noble lady and her daughter out on a herb run. Nothing was adding up for Charles. Nearby, a smashed carriage lay in the mud, its riches spilled across the dirt. The fallen knights were motionless, silent witnesses to a battle that had turned into a slaughter. One guard clutched an arrow in his gut, fading fast. Charles loomed over him, wearing a sick, twisted grin. He had spent months hunting Lady Sophia, the eldest daughter of the legendary House of Beaufort. She would not break, fighting with the fury of a lioness. Sophia was a master duelist, dropping 3 men in a single strike. Anyone in her reach met a swift end, but her breath was coming in ragged gasps. Still, her blade never wavered. She lunged directly for Charles' throat, but one of his loyal dogs threw himself into the path of her cold steel. Their blades collided with bone-shaking force. Then, a massive strike sent Sophia reeling back through the air. Her blade scraped the gravel as she caught her balance. Sophia of Beaufort was finally reaching her absolute limit. Charles laughed, mocking her for clinging to that piece of metal like it was her only friend left. And that is where we leave it. The legend of the Bright Kingdom was failing, and you and I know the nightmare is just beginning. Stick with me. We're about to watch a noblewoman face a fate worse than death. Carl just grinned, savoring the destruction. He watched the girl like prey, licking his lips. After a month stalking these mountains, his prize was finally within reach. Rumors didn't lie about her beauty. At 18, the Lady of House 𝒂𝒂𝒅'𝒔 had already earned her reputation as a storm on the battlefield. Sonia glanced around to see her guards slaughtered. Only 2 maids and Sir Leather remained by her side. Truthfully, she was the last fighter standing, facing 20 seasoned killers all by herself. And Captain Carl demanded to know the location of her mage. Sonia had no clue what he meant. A noble house like the 𝒂𝒂𝒅'𝒔s never employed sorcerers, so the man who decimated Carl's scouts wasn't her guard. Still, Carl was obsessed with finding this mysterious shadow. He announced they wouldn't kill her yet. He had a much darker plan in mind, to break her spirit and her body. That sadistic grin told her everything. Sonia understood his intent and felt pure horror. The bandits cheered at the thought of a highborn plaything. Sonia's expression twisted in rage. She would rather die by her own hand than become their toy. Carl had plans for the others as well. If Sonia died, he promised to pass her maids to his men. These men had been rotting in the woods for weeks, and they had no intention of ending things quickly for the girls. Sonia finally realized the cruel reason they were spared. Her maids huddled together, trembling in absolute despair. Not wanting to burden their mistress, the maids wept silently. Watching them, Sonia's resolve crumbled. Sir Leather stepped forward, declaring it an honor to die for his lady. He remained fiercely loyal to the end, but Sonia saw no escape. She looked absolutely crushed by her own failure to protect them. She begged for their forgiveness, taking full responsibility for the tragedy unfolding before them. But the maids insisted they owed the 𝒂𝒂𝒅'𝒔 family their lives regardless. Sonia lowered her head in grief. Then, the girls made one final, heartbreaking request. They asked their lady to end their lives. To them, dying with dignity was better than living through the shame those men intended. Sword in hand, Sonia promised they would meet in heaven with their pride untarnished. Captain Carl was confused by their resolve. Sonia declared that for the honor of her house and her servants, she would act now. She tightened her grip, vowing to guide them on their final journey. Sensing her plan, Karl screamed for his men to stop Lady Sonya immediately. She swung her steel toward the maids, while the bandits watched in shock. Now watch this part closely, because what happens next is a total game changer. The maids were unharmed. Her sword had vanished from her grip entirely. Confused, she wondered if someone had moved faster than the eye could see. She scanned the bandits, but she knew none of these thugs possessed that kind of godlike speed. To Sonya, losing her blade was the ultimate nightly shame. She apologized to her maids for failing to even grant them a merciful end. She prepared to order them to end their own lives, but a sudden voice called out her name from the shadows. Karl grinned. The ghost who had slaughtered his third squad had finally decided to show his face. Standing behind Sonya, Frey held her blade, preventing the tragedy. Suddenly, Frey, Isabel, and a wounded man appeared in the center of the clearing. The stranger's arrival stunned the entire group. Isabel supported the injured man, who was struggling just to stay upright. Karl smirked, saying he had heard all about the man who had been playing games with his men. You and I both know Frey is about to handle this, right? Let's see how he does it. Frey radiated an unreadable aura. He seemed frail and harmless at first glance as he pointed toward the mountain peak. Karl asked if he came from the heights where the camp was. He demanded to know the fate of his legion. Frey answered simply. He had played with every single one of them. Karl's face contorted in fury as he ordered his men to kill the gray-haired bastard. Recognizing him as a battle mage, they knew they had to strike before he could finish a single spell. Karl believed their numbers would guarantee a swift victory, but before they could charge, Frey's power was already surging. He unleashed a devastating force, incinerating several bandits instantly. From the back, Karl watched in horror as his squad was torn apart. Terrified, he couldn't comprehend how this mage cast so effortlessly. Then, a massive explosion erupted, sending thick smoke everywhere. Everyone stood frozen by the raw power pouring from Frey's palms. Sonya asked who these people were and why they had come to her aid. Isabel offered a small smile, telling her they weren't enemies and that she could finally lower her guard. Karl was thrown back, but managed to steady himself. He hissed that even a battle mage wasn't invincible against a mob. A sorcerer was still mortal. Karl figured that with such massive spells, the boy would soon burn out his mana completely. He waited to see if the mage would collapse from exhaustion or be butchered by his surviving men first. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this fight ends next time. Stick with me, because we are about to see a one-sided slaughter. Bandits fell like flies as Cedric watched in pure terror. Alistair was relentless, raining magic down on both the captain and his desperate men. Cedric was stunned. No one should have this much mana. Yet Alistair showed 0 fatigue, a feat that was completely unheard of to the bandit leader. Alistair's mastery was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. As the reality hit him, the captain's body was dragged across the dirt. Knowing he was beaten, Cedric tried to negotiate. Slumped over his blade, he desperately begged the young mage to end the assault. Most of his crew lay dead or dying. Victory was impossible. They could barely even draw breath under the crushing weight of Alistair's endless strikes. Many had already collapsed, barely staying upright by leaning on their rusted blades. Cedric was confused when Alistair suddenly paused. Thinking his mana was spent, the captain ordered one final, desperate charge. It was kill or be killed. Behind him, Sonya Thorne offered to restore his energy, but Isabella knew the young man did not need any help. He was operating on a different level. Alistair channeled a new spell, warning Sonya to retreat for her own safety. Now pay attention, because this is where the earth itself turns against them. Violent tremors ripped through the ground, sending the bandits into panic. Even Captain Cedric had no clue what was happening. The tremors intensified, tearing massive fissures into the earth. The soil split wide open, ready to swallow every last one of them. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. The men plummeted, clawing at rocks to save their lives while screaming in absolute terror. Even the captain was sucked into the crumbling abyss. Shaking with fear, the survivors begged for their lives to be spared. Sonia watched in stunned silence. With a single spell, 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 had wiped them out. Not a single soul survived the catastrophe. It was a Tier 5 earthquake spell. Sonia could not fathom how he had conjured such high-level magic so easily. Isabella explained that those initial barrages were just a distraction to buy him time. Sonia had never even heard of dual casting. Isabella agreed, admitting she had never seen such a feat in her entire life. I know what you are thinking. Is he even human? Sonia was shaken. She was not a warrior, but 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓's power was undeniably terrifying. She bowed deeply, thanking them sincerely for the rescue. She introduced herself as Lady Sonia of the Ainsley family from Lancaster. 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 was blunt, offering only his name, Alistair Blackwood. He was not at all intimidated by the high-ranking young noblewoman. Chuckling, Lady Isabella introduced herself, apologizing for 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓's cold manners. Sonia suddenly wrinkled her nose, noticing the foul stench clinging to him. Despite the smell, she did not think he was a pauper, perhaps just a hermit from the distant mountains. Sir Lionel recognized the name. The Blackwood family was a legendary noble house within the great Castilian Empire. Their patriarch, Isaac Blackwood, was one of the 8 Tier 7 mages, currently ranked 6th in the realm. After a quick talk with Isabella, 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 asked about their destination. They were heading to Highport, which happened to be his next stop as well. 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 decided to join them. However, Sir Lionel suddenly remembered a grim duty they had to perform. They needed to recover the fallen guards first, suggesting the younger travelers should head to the city ahead of them. They planned to bury the dead here, as transporting them all was impossible. 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 offered to handle the bodies himself, leaving Lionel speechless. With a single spell, he levitated every fallen soldier, moving them with terrifyingly precise magical control. Scraps of wood flew together to form a makeshift cart. Sonia watched in shock as 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 loaded the fallen and asked if they were ready to leave. Sir Lionel was speechless, and the maids were just as awestruck. The group traveled for miles until Highport finally appeared on the horizon. The cart glided silently through the air behind them. Sonia was shocked to discover 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 was only 20 years old. He carried himself like an ancient master. 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 simply shrugged, claiming he barely remembered his own age anymore. 20 or 30 years. It made no difference to him. He was just glad to have a youthful body again. He pointed out that the bandits were clearly waiting for Sonia, suggesting a targeted ambush rather than a random attack. Sonia recalled the captain mentioning he had waited an entire month. That timeline matched perfectly with when she had first left Lancaster. Sir Lionel sighed, noting the Ainsley house had many rivals. Pinpointing the mastermind behind this would be nearly impossible. These were not ordinary thugs, they were highly trained. Whoever sent them possessed significant influence and resources. Lionel smiled, noting 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 crush them effortlessly. Full of curiosity, Sonia asked how he had attained such godlike power. She always thought sorcerers were frail, but 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 had shattered that myth. She watched him closely, eagerly waiting for his secret. 𝒂𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 offered a single word in response: effort. Sonia fell silent, deeply contemplating the weight behind that simple answer. So what do you and I take from this? Hard work beats everything. They safely reached the docks to board their ship. Stick with me because we are about to witness the aftermath of a daring rescue. A maid tearfully hugged Sonia as the ship prepared to sail away. Sir Leather thanked Frey deeply. Because of him, they could finally return home to their families. Frey just smiled, wishing them safe travels through the kingdom. However, Sonia was not quite ready to leave things like that. Confused, Frey asked what she wanted. She insisted on rewarding him for his incredible bravery. He turned her down, saying people should help each other without expecting payment. Sir Leather also insisted, saying it would be shameful to send him off empty-handed. Frey finally paused to think it over. He looked at Isabel, waiting for her reaction. With a light smile, she signaled that he could choose whatever he wanted. So he asked for dinner at a place that served great sausages. After walking for a while, they reached the spot. Sir Leather and Sonia were puzzled by the thick smell of smoke. It did not look like a place for nobles, but Frey knew it had the best food. Right then, a rough voice demanded to know what on earth he was talking about. The old innkeeper was glad to see the boy again, even if he looked half dead. Frey just let out a tired laugh. Then he said someone else had made it back alive, someone the old man would care about very much. Pay attention here, this is where the mood shifts. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 arrived carrying a wounded man, and the man's face turned fierce. Suddenly, the worker dropped his trays in total shock. He could not believe his son, Cassadine, was alive. He quickly started treating him. The young man was safe, but he would need a few days of rest to find his strength again. Cassadine had offered himself as a hostage to protect a mother and daughter. For a mercenary, he had proven he was a decent man. Crying, Cassadine apologized for shouting at his father and running away. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 watched quietly as the hive finally made peace. Frey realized they were father and son because they looked so alike, especially around the eyes. He also joked that the baggage was surprisingly good at healing. Annoyed, 𝒂𝒂𝒏 realized he had just called her luggage. Frey quickly changed the subject. They wanted to stay there, but the small inn seemed completely packed with customers. Since a good tavern always draws a crowd, Sir Leather thought they should probably find another place to stay. Even while apologizing for bringing them there, Frey kept insisting the sausages were worth it. Then the owner suddenly began kicking everyone out. He angrily announced the place was closed for the day. The customers argued, but it changed nothing at all. After demanding his coin, he shoved them all outside and shut the doors. He flipped the sign to closed, leaving the inn completely empty. I know what you are thinking. Why kick them out? The old man wanted to prepare for his honored guests. By nightfall, they had all settled in. Meanwhile, Sonia was enjoying a long soak in the bath. Lost in thought, she moved her hands through the water. After the long day, she looked tired and a bit confused. Later, the table was filled with all kinds of fresh bread. Even with so much food already there, the old man brought more. Frey tore through the meal like he had no limit. Soon, Sonia joined the others for dinner. The group was struck by how beautiful she looked, though she seemed strangely nervous. She called to Frey, but he just told her to eat. Her face was bright red, looking almost sick. She quickly explained she had just taken a very hot bath. Then she twisted her ankle and started to fall. Frey caught her by the arms before she hit the floor. For a moment, they shared a long, strange look. Then he noticed her arms were covered in scars. Embarrassed, Sonia pulled away immediately. She stayed completely silent until Frey said the scars were impressive. He thought they looked cool. To him, they showed all her hard work, not something to be ashamed of. Those words clearly comforted her. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 then cut in and asked where they were headed next. Sonia said the June family estate, and both Frey and 𝒂𝒂𝒏 went still. They immediately thought of Peru June, their academy classmate. Peru had once mentioned a girl from the 𝒂𝒂𝒄 family as his fiancée. Now they were sure that girl was Sonia. Neither of them said a single word out loud. Sir Leather asked if they knew Peru June. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 explained that Frey had attended the same academy where Peru mentioned the engagement. Curious, Frey wanted to know more about his friend fiancé, but Sonia looked confused by his sudden inspection. In the end, Frey decided Peru was a lucky man to have someone like her. A while later, it was time to say goodbye. 𝒂𝒂𝒏 wished the young lady a safe trip. Sonia asked Frey to visit the June family once his work was done. He paused, thinking about the sudden invite. Then, he said he might stop by the June territory. Sonia smiled brightly and promised to wait for him. And as they set off, trust me, you and I are watching a legend grow. Stick with me as Percival tells. Sonia, she is the only luck he has ever had in his entire life. She meant Arthur, not him, but he just keeps mocking her to be annoying even after she explains. At last, they reached 𝒀𝒆𝒄 dungeon. The terrifying sight of that cursed place made 𝒂𝒂𝒏 shiver in fear. It was truly a mountain of death. Winged beasts with lethal fangs circled the peaks looking for prey. Realizing they had to climb that summit, he panicked at the thought of facing those flying monsters. Arthur pointed away. She let out a scream, but her knight remained perfectly calm despite the chaos. They saw a dragon king footprint 10 times their size. The shock made her lose her balance completely. No dragon was ever that huge. He told her to get a grip, since these mountains are just hell on earth where anything can happen. Then he cast a small spell. A moment later, the girl was flung far away into the distance. A giant swung a massive tree trunk, sending them both flying backward as they struggled to stay up. Isabel was too stunned to think. Then she realized Arthur had actually saved her from the giant monster. Now pay attention, this red three-eyed cobra is pure nightmare fuel. Isabel was grateful, but wished he had warned her first. It was a mutant beast. The rumors about these cursed mountains being filled with mutants were all true. The beast drooled and charged. Isabel was already preparing a powerful spell to stop it in its tracks. She blasted a fireball, hitting the monster with an explosion that even managed to impress the stoic Arthur. She was strong, yet the mutant still stood through the smoke, looking completely unfazed by the fire attack. The creature was furious now. Isabel felt defeated, thinking her powerful magic had done absolutely nothing to it. Its skin resisted fire thanks to dragon blood. They needed a better plan if they wanted to survive here. Since fire failed, ice was next. The air grew bitterly cold as the entire area began to freeze. With just 2 small ice spears, the temperature dropped like a harsh winter had arrived in an instant. Arthur looked just like the legendary 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔. He aimed carefully and sent the ice spears toward the mutant. The spears hit its chest perfectly. Isabel smiled, thinking the fight was finally over and they had won. But they were wrong. The mutant survived the strike and hurled them away with its insane monster strength. You and I can see her despair, but Arthur remains as calm as ever as the beast tears through the trees. Without wasting a second, she threw even more fireballs straight at the monster's face to slow it down. It was a distraction, giving them a chance to hide. The monster lost sight of where they were hiding. Its skin was tough. Arthur admitted the bones were durable, saying the best bet would be to burn it all away with fire magic. But it resists fire. She suggested burying it alive with a massive earthquake to end it quickly. Spells like that draw dragons. He chose to use a piercing trick instead to finish the job quietly. He lured the beast toward him and summoned several more ice spears to prepare for the final strike. They looked weak, but he insisted the key to winning is simply never giving up. Shaken, she realized they might actually lose. The monster rushed in a blind rage as he readied his hand for the final attack. The first spear hit its head, but it kept coming. Isabel grew desperate as the creature refused to fall. Arthur stayed focused, launching a second and then a third spear at the exact same spot on its forehead. The fourth spear hit the same point. The mutant still would not die despite the constant damage. After 7 spears, it staggered. He aimed the 8th one right at the crack in its thick skull. The skull finally cracked open. The plan worked, and Isabel finally let out a long breath of relief. One final hit destroyed its head completely. The massive corpse fell to the ground with a heavy thud. He teased Isabel again about never giving up. While they were talking, a loud roar suddenly echoed from the sky above them. Dragons were circling. The cursed gold had lured the winged beasts right to their location. No rest. A fire blast erupted as flames sprayed everywhere from the dragon's massive mouth. Arthur shielded Isabel from the flames, and they both ran for cover to avoid the fire breath. Isabel fired an ice arrow at the beast's neck, but it wasn't enough. Then, something strange rushed toward the dragon with incredible speed. Arthur flew through the air, forming a giant ice spear big enough to pierce the dragon's chest. And that's where we leave it. He waited calmly for the beast to die, watching with icy eyes as another enemy fell from the sky. All right, you and I are about to see if Alaric can survive this deadly encounter. The Dragon King emerges from the shadows. Before Isabel can scream, Alaric covers her mouth. They must stay silent. That beast is far too powerful. Their only hope is to wait and pray it passes them by. But it's too late. Those piercing yellow eyes are already hunting for any sign of human life. They stay perfectly still without making a single sound. Those heavy, monstrous footsteps draw closer. Then the Dragon King finally leaves, crushing every tree in its path. Once the monster vanishes, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 can finally breathe again. Even its massive footprint is enough to cause pure terror. Later, Alaric rests to recover his mana while 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 assists him. Soon, her magic heals his wounds completely. A tiny butterfly then lands gently on Alaric's finger. After those brutal clashes, his mind and body are finally in harmony. But his quest in the mountains is far from over. He gestures to 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 and releases the butterfly. They need to find Sterling's hidden dungeon immediately. Determined, they climb toward the summit. Alaric warns her to be careful. Sterling likely left guardians in the lake. Now here's the part we need to watch. How does Alaric know these deep secrets? He heard them from Sterling himself. That man always talked far too much. At the peak, they find a shimmering lake with a lonely island. They reach the shore, moving cautiously. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 is absolutely stunned by the breathtaking view before them. The island is a lush paradise. Meanwhile, Alaric mutters under his breath, calling Sterling a complete scoundrel. Everything is starting to click. Beneath this small island lies a massive dungeon that defies all logic. Alaric explains the island is just the front door. It looks simple but flashy, classic Sterling style. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 is totally lost. They press on under the bright sky, crossing the terrain with forced calm. They discover a colossal tree with a hidden passage. Alaric knows this is the entrance he's been seeking. Below them, stone stairs descend into the dark. Glowing crystals light their way as they head down. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 is desperate to ask the truth, but she's terrified of what he might say. She stays quiet and follows him deeper into the dark. At the bottom, they find a massive door guarding secrets that have been buried for ages. Alaric inspects the surface, searching for a way inside. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 has no clue how to open it, but Alaric warns this is Sterling's lethal magic. One mistake means certain death as he touches a blue orb. He touches the glowing orb, feeling its ancient power. Suddenly, a thick mist begins to fill the chamber. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, things are about to get really strange for our two heroes. A figure forms from the smoke. A small boy appears, asking with a smile if they can hear him. Alaric stands frozen. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 calls out to him, but Alaric is shaking too hard to respond. The boy cheerfully welcomes them to his lair. Alaric reaches out, but his hand passes through a flickering hologram. It's just a recorded message. Hearing that voice, Alaric realizes Sterling was just as loud as he remembered. Sterling 𝒀𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 even made himself look younger for the recording. Still, Alaric is just happy to see his old friend again in any form. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓's jaw drops when she realizes this little kid is actually the legendary Archmage Sterling. The spectral image asks them why they've come to seek his hidden treasure. For a second, it feels like a real conversation, but it's only a clever magic spell with limited responses. The message promises that this dungeon holds anything a person could possibly desire. Alaric nearly asks his friend how he died, but the image just keeps right on talking. It warns them that a single mistake will leave them trapped in these halls forever. Alaric is overwhelmed. That voice and that attitude, it's definitely his old comrade. It feels like the old days, but the painful truth is that he's the only one left alive. He refuses to believe he's the sole survivor. His friends are gone, while the villains who ruined everything still rule this kingdom from their thrones. His enemies are still out there. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 trembles seeing the dark look on Alaric's face. The boy asks one final question. What did Sterling 𝒀𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 hate most in this world? Alaric doesn't hesitate and answers, the divine ones. The hologram beams, confirming the answer. The doors groan open as the image fades away. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 sighs in relief and follows Alaric. However, she still has that one burning question. Sensing her doubt, Alaric turns back. She tries to speak, but the words get stuck in her throat. And trust me, you and I are about to witness an even bigger reveal very soon. All right, you and I are heading deep into Lord Schweizer's vault, and trust me, the traps ahead are lethal. If 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 kept spacing out like a total fool, she would die fast. Once again, she swallowed her pride and accepted his warning. As they climbed, Frey wondered if this dungeon would be their new beginning or a final grave. They reached another grand door. Frey touched the blue sphere, and smoke twisted into a familiar form. An older image of 𝒀𝒆𝒄𝒂𝒓 appeared. It seemed like the wizard aged with every door they passed. The second question was coming up, but this one actually caught Frey completely off guard. The figure warned them to take only one item. One mistake would trigger the golems and end them right there. Then the name of Lady Iris, the founder, came up. Young 𝒀𝒆𝒄 complained he never understood that annoying witch. While the rest of the world was fighting for survival, she threw everything away just for a man. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 knew Iris was the infamous Black Witch, celebrated for her beauty and hair as dark as midnight. Almost no man could ever resist her charms. Thinking back to how charming his old friend truly was, Frey found himself lost in memory. But when the image called Iris problematic and Luca's even worse, Frey's expression shifted instantly. Young 𝒀𝒆𝒄 complained there was no point being a great mage if Luca's still couldn't notice Iris's feelings. Frey looked completely confused, having never thought about it before. Watching him, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 realized Frey was exactly like the legendary Sir Lucas in that department. Pay attention here. The figure joked that even a golem had more sense than Lucas before asking the next question. Iris had contracts with 3 powerful demons, and one held a weapon of coexistence. Before the question was even finished, Frey simply answered, 𝒁𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓. When he got it right, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was stunned. He didn't even need to hear the full sentence. Behind the door was a room overflowing with treasure. Soon, they stood before the next trial. An even older 𝒀𝒆𝒄 appeared. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 wondered why the wizard looked closer to death with every step. The answer was simple. The entire dungeon was constructed directly from 𝒀𝒆𝒄's personal journals. Frey suspected his friend wasn't thinking straight, but was trying to leave a message for someone special. Frey answered the third and fourth questions effortlessly. The doors opened for him like he owned them. They walked side by side, and 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was shocked they had reached the fourth room so fast. Frey found it odd. These weren't magic tests, just strange questions about a man's personal life. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 thought he was even weirder for knowing everything. Soon, they arrived at the final threshold. A very old 𝒀𝒆𝒄 appeared for the last door. Seeing him so frail shook Frey to his core. The figure felt like the dear friend he'd missed for centuries. Then, he spoke the name Lucas Troman. For a heartbeat, Frey felt recognized. The figure said his greatest pride was calling Lucas a friend. Frey whispered that he was proud to be his friend, too. 𝒀𝒆𝒄 had always been his favorite. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 just stared, confused by the heavy atmosphere. The ancient image of 𝒀𝒆𝒄 waited in silence. You and I can feel the tension as he asks the final question. What was his real name? Every question was meant for Lucas Troman. Looking ahead, Frey gave the true name, 𝒀𝒆𝒄 Wilsman. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 couldn't fathom how he knew these secrets. The old man's image smiled with pure pride. As the door opened, he welcomed Lucas inside. Frey begged the fading spirit to stay just a bit longer. Before vanishing, 𝒀𝒆𝒄 asked Lucas to finish what they started. He left everything in his hands. Frey reached out, but he was gone. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was struggling to wrap her head around this. The sage had just called Frey by the name Lucas. They stepped into the final, hidden chamber. Unlike the cold dungeon, this room was warm and cozy. Inside a chest, Frey found his prize. It was a flask of clear liquid. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 gasped when he revealed it was the frozen river. This legendary potion takes 1,000 years to form one drop and can massively boost inner mana. One drop could make a commoner a 4th-grade mage. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 thought this stuff was just a myth. But if Frey wanted to reach the 7th grade, he absolutely needed this ancient elixir. Curious, she looked through the chest and found a pair of earrings with strange, captivating colors. Frey's face changed when he saw them. To 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓, they looked tacky, but 𝒀𝒆𝒄 had guarded them forever. Trust me, these were the typhoon earrings Frey himself made. All right, you and I are about to uncover a massive secret. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄 couldn't believe he crafted these relics 4,000 years ago. She never imagined his friend would keep them so long. With a serious look, she demanded he explain everything right now. Frey looked at her, debating whether to drop the act. After a moment of silence, he chose to reveal his true identity. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 waited, tense and focused. At last, 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 said he was 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓. 4,000 years ago, he and 𝒀𝒄𝒄𝒂𝒓 rebelled against the demigod lord and were punished with endless darkness. Then a voice reached him through that void. It was the young, noble 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓, a boy desperate for power. He never knew how their minds synced, but he heard the call. 𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was the one who gave him this new body. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 stood in shocked silence, trying to process the legend before her. Her eyes drifted as the weight of it set in. She asked if he was really telling the truth. The story sounded impossible, but looking at him, she believed every word. Pay attention here, because you and I need to see how the puzzle pieces finally fit together for her. She knelt, greeting Lord Lucas with respect, and offered the earrings back. He took the typhoon earrings, watching her with a calm gaze. Dropping to one knee, he asked her to keep calling him Frey and help him finish what he started. He wanted things to stay the same. Under the candle's glow, Frey looked truly happy to have his old relics back. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 searched the chest again and pulled out a sensory amplifier. Frey explained these were 𝒀𝒄𝒄𝒅's's masterpieces. This wasn't just a bracelet. It was a scepter the sage used like his own limb. One wrong move could drain your mana and kill you. Frey didn't hesitate, snapping the artifact onto his wrist. He put on the typhoon earrings too. Instantly, power surged through him. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was absolutely floored by Lucas Trauman's radiating energy. The boost was massive. He didn't usually rely on magic tools, but this was a precious gift from an old friend. Searching further, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 found one more thing. In her hands was the glowing core of a powerful mana golem. She packed everything into Frey's bag. Then they both turned their attention toward 𝒀𝒄𝒄𝒅's's dusty old desk. They found an eternal mana candle there. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 noted that even the room's design showed how much the sage loved Lucas. Watch closely. You and I are about to see him uncover a truth that'll change everything. The page marked the day Lucas vanished. As he read, he found 𝒀𝒄𝒅's's dark suspicions about a man named Robert. 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr was convinced only Robert had the power to make Lucas disappear without leaving a single trace behind. 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr recorded everything after Lucas left. He wrote about the clash between Cassadine the Warrior King and Lucid the Sword King, plus Iris's mysterious disappearance. With demigod influence spreading everywhere, 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr realized he couldn't trust anyone anymore. He was alone in a changing world. Even those who praised him to his face secretly wanted the great sage dead. The diary described the brutal, daily battles he faced. Lucas read about the lonely, exhausting life his friend had survived. To everyone, Lucas Trauman was their legendary leader, someone who could never be replaced. The more 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr tried to carry that burden alone, the clearer it became. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 could barely hold back her tears while hearing such a heartbreaking story. Despite all his efforts, 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr wrote a final apology for failing. Those words hit the hero harder than any physical blow. With tears in his eyes, Lucas couldn't stand that his friend had suffered through all that pain alone. Beside him, the girls searched for any way to comfort him. After everything he endured in this life, he knew how crushing that loneliness felt. Then he declared he would carry that loneliness and his friend's will himself. With rage burning in his eyes, he swore to destroy the demigods. Then Frey went quiet, but 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 noticed a detail. There was one last page. It said whoever found this room should finally complete Anastasia. 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr left all his research inside Anastasia, his ultimate creation. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 was confused, but Frey was already searching his bag. When he pulled it out, both of them stared. It was 𝒀𝒄𝒅's's true masterpiece, the legendary Anastasia. As they climbed the stairs lit by crystals, they talked about the gem, which was actually a golem core. 𝒀𝒄𝒅'sr was a master puppet maker, but even Frey wasn't sure what Anastasia's true form really was. Issabel looked curious and asked if he could actually finish the golem using that core. Old memories flooded back as Frey stopped on the stairs. In his mind, the past came alive. He saw a blocky, strange-looking golem. Laughing, Schweitzer called Lucas's creation pathetic and told him to start over. He joked that Lucas should just ask him. He could build a better golem without even using his hands. Trust me, you and I just witnessed the birth of a legend and a fireball. Absolutely wild, right? All right, you and I are diving back into Arthur's journey as he pulls a strange new item from his satchel. If they could finish it, they might learn the lost history. Alara asked exactly what he meant by that. He explained that the lost history covered everything that happened, while Lord Alistair was trapped in the void. Soon after, he froze once more on the stone stairs. His face showed that something was wrong. Behind him, the girl asked why he'd stopped. He ordered her to bolt for Amesbury the moment they left the cave. Above them, wyverns circled, searching for prey. When they reached the summit, the air felt heavy and tense. Lady Alara's face filled with pure terror. Waiting there was the Dragon King, Cinderfang. Arthur faced him without flinching as the beast snarled, ready to fight. The creature was clearly intelligent. Arthur asked if the Dragon King had truly been waiting there just for him. Cinderfang answered, amused by this tiny human. With a roar, he said he'd been waiting ever since the boy entered the dread worm's territory. So the monster had sensed them back in the forest. From Alara's perspective, even Arthur sounded a little nervous. The creature laughed and bared its huge fangs. It had waited for them to leave, knowing people always left the ruins carrying treasure. That made Arthur remember the frozen river. Cinderfang had been using the crypt as a trap to hunt humans and grow stronger. The place Sir Cedric had treasured more than his life had become food for a greedy beast. Now pay attention, because Arthur is about to teach this arrogant dragon a lesson he will never forget for threatening his friends. Arthur made it clear, if the dragon touched her, he'd kill it. Cinderfang narrowed his eyes and said he didn't like Arthur's gaze. Before the fight started, Arthur told Alara to run as fast as she could, but she refused to leave him when he wasn't sure he could win. The monster prepared a blast, with searing power gathering in its mouth. It declared this the perfect time to eat them both. Arthur quickly grabbed the Scepter of Ages. He cast Magic Wall and sent the attack at the dragon. Cinderfang felt the hit, but Alara was still standing mid-battle. Arthur snapped that she was useless here and was only getting in his way. Her eyes filled with tears at his words. Still, she turned and left, promising to come back as fast as possible. At the same time, Cinderfang prepared another powerful attack. It opened its mouth and blasted flames at Arthur. Arthur dodged and rose into the air. When he looked back, the dragon was right behind him. With heavy wing beats, it chased after the boy. Arthur cast spells while flying, barely managing to dodge the next deadly strike. Then a new danger appeared in front of him. Several smaller drakes blocked his only path. Using his earrings and the scepter together, he formed ice spears and poured his mana into a windstorm. The drakes had no idea what was coming. A second later, the mana blast hit them and tore through the group. Some dragons were sliced in half, while others were badly wounded. As he moved through the sky, Arthur watched them fall toward the earth. To win, he had to bring down their leader. As he readied himself, Cinderfang rushed in. Arthur only needed 3 seconds to finish his explosion spell. While casting, he saw the dragon closing the gap fast. Still, the spell was almost done. Then, the timing lined up perfectly for a light trigger. You saw that blast, right? A huge explosion burst across the sky, swallowing the giant dragon's massive body in a sea of flames. It was a clever, powerful attack. The creature was surprised Arthur used its own speed against it, but skill alone wasn't enough. The Dragon King said the spell hadn't even tickled his scales. Arthur realized he was in real danger. Cinderfang stood before him, and a swarm of drakes closed in behind. In that trap, he had no idea how to survive. His last option was the glacial essence. He remembered Alara asking if he wasn't going to drink it, but that elixir was no simple drink. Even he would need at least a week to control its power, and they couldn't stay in that forest that long. Calling it suicide, Arthur decided he couldn't use it yet. He had to fight with only his own strength while searching for an opening. Then he saw the danger too late. Cinderfang lunged and tried to swallow him whole. He was so close to those fangs that he saw no escape. Then, something powerful slammed into the Dragon King's skull. A majestic bird struck every drake that came near, grabbing them by the neck with her talons. She refused to let anything happen to Arthur Thorne, her savior. With one rush, she brought down 2 more drakes. The phoenix blazed with life. When she looked at Arthur, there was respect in her glowing eyes, but the threat remained. "Trust me, this battle is just beginning." Arthur begged her to run, but she was already moving in to unleash her final strike. Watch closely. As she closes in, 𝒂𝒈 finally unleashes his true strength. 2 massive beasts collided. To 𝒂𝒈, the hit barely mattered, as Alistair knew the dragon had powerful fire resistance. That made it the Sunhawk's perfect prey. Desperate, he begged her to fly away once more. But the divine bird showed no fear. She understood everything from the start and was buying him time. Her eyes pleaded with him to run. But Sir Alistair Thorne was no coward. Still, in this young body, he felt painfully weak. Even so, he knew he couldn't blame his frail form or how magic had faded over 4,000 years. What he truly lacked was resolve. Apologizing to the Sunhawk, he knew he owed her his life. Following her wish, he retreated into the dungeon. No matter what, he would never forget this lesson. Death is close. It was just part of life. Telling the bird to hold on, he drank the glacial tincture. Now here is the part where his entire body begins to undergo a truly painful and terrifying magical transformation. Alistair's hair turned snow white. A wave of agony tore through his body as the elixir took hold. His eyes shifted color and he screamed. The raw energy inside him finally burst outward with force. It was obvious the potion was changing him in a violent, supernatural way. Elsewhere, 𝒂𝒈 recognized the Sunhawk as the divine beast that escaped before. Today, the bird would finally die. The fleeing human was tempting, but the Sunhawk's life force was better. With fury, memories of their clash returned. From the peaks, 𝒂𝒈 watched the Sunhawk struggle for its life. He wanted to make the creature his next meal. Even wounded, the bird refused to quit, using her last strength to cast a spell. Blazing flames swallowed everything, but 𝒂𝒈 knew all resistance was now totally useless. Then he realized the bird had vanished completely. Still, the Dragon King was patient and sure they would meet. Soon, massive sounds echoed through the woods. With one violent shock, trees began splitting in half. The Sunhawk was blasted deep into the forest. Heavily wounded, it had no more strength left. By the waterfall, it could barely move. Alistair could tell the bird faced a monster. Its eyes begged for help. You saw that too, right? This moment feels painfully familiar to Lord Alistair. Long ago, his old friend was just like this proud Sunhawk. Hearing this, the bird rose up to face the Dragon King again. It lunged in, reaching for his face with sharp claws. 𝒂𝒈 snapped at the worm and smashed the Sunhawk away with his tail. Its cry made the agony clear. Meanwhile, Alistair still struggled to control the tincture's immense power. He knew it would be hard, but not this impossible. In pain, he apologized to Master Silas for wasting his second life. He blamed his own foolish pride and arrogance. He lacked the energy to absorb the potion and the will to endure. Then, everything changed as strength returned. Lady Alina was there, using her magic to help. She had even brought food and water for his recovery. That was when he realized she had gone to the village just for his sake. With a sad voice, she spoke of being left behind. Only now did Alistair understand true loneliness. Not knowing why she even existed, the young girl admitted he was the only one she trusted, so he wasn't alone anymore. Even though she could barely care for herself, she helped Alistair. Before the cold took him, he thanked her. Then he realized what he had really been missing. It was not courage or resolve. It was trust, the trust of the living. Nearby, the 2 beasts faced off, neither backing down. Then the fanged monster noticed something strange. A chilling, terrifying energy was spreading through the whole area. The Sunhawk gathered its remaining power into one final attack. With all its strength, it slammed into him. It struck one of his eyes, driving him to rage. 𝒂𝒈𝒆 answered by sinking his fangs into her. Feathers scattered as the fight raged. He was stunned that the bird had dared to injure his eye. Their clash shook the ground, blazing with fury. 𝒂𝒈𝒆 fixed his predatory eyes on the Sunhawk. Even near death, 𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄 smiled with hope. In spite of everything, that smile remained. The ground split apart. That force blasted into 𝒂𝒈𝒆. The hit landed, but he showed no fear. The monster moved to strike back. Debris filled the air as the beast realized the danger. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next as light bursts from the cave. All right, you and I are about to see a monster get humbled. Those frost beams turned his minions to dust, but Lord 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒂𝒓 was still circling the skies. For the first time in millennia, the ancient beast felt a desperate urge to run. As 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 stepped from the portal, 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓 felt true terror. He took flight without looking back, unable to believe a mere human could scare him. No matter how strong the foe, a mortal should be nothing to a dragon. Still, he needed time for his mangled eye to heal properly. Suddenly, the knight was standing right on his wing, leaving the massive beast completely stunned. 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 began raining arrows down on the beast. 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓 shrieked in agony as the sheer force sent him spiraling through the air. With shafts buried deep in his chest, his rage exploded. Even bleeding out from dozens of holes, he tore himself free to strike again with mindless fury. But by then, 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 had already vanished. To an experienced mage, an old monster shouldn't rely so heavily on just one eye. The knight reappeared right in the dragon's blind spot, gathering frost energy for one final, devastating strike. A massive blow smashed into 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓's remaining eye, fueling his rage. He hurled boulders at the knight, but they shattered before impact. Laughing like a maniac, the beast bragged of past kills. Even so, the sheer terror in his eyes told a different story. Stick with me here, because this is where the hunter becomes the prey. 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓's tail was freezing solid without him even realizing it. Now, the monster began to doubt his own senses. He kept screaming, asking if this creature was actually even human. After a long silence, the beast exhaled a heavy breath. Terrified and confused, he demanded to know the identity of his enemy. He beat his massive wings to close the distance. Elara stood there terrified, but 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 told her to stay back. Preparing another frost spell, he mocked the dragon, asking if that pathetic fire was truly his strongest move. 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓 opened his jaws wide, ready to end it. A human using ice magic stood no chance against a legendary dragon's roar. The dragon tried to incinerate him with pure flames, but 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 held his ground and blocked the heat with ice. Elara could only shield her eyes as the shockwave shook the very mountains. Fire and ice collided in a massive explosion. The beast's roar grew louder, but it still couldn't shatter the frozen wall. He pushed forward with every ounce of his strength. Watching in fear, the girl worried 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 might lose as the crushing pressure of the flames kept mounting. There was nothing she could do but watch. Then, she realized 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 had completely vanished from the center of the blast. Now, you and I both know never to celebrate too early. The dragon claimed victory until a sudden chill touched his neck. 𝒂𝒆𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 had slipped behind him, slicing off 𝒂𝒂𝒄𝒂𝒓's head with a scythe of ice. Finally, the long battle was over. The dragon's massive corpse slammed into the earth. To Elara, the entire finishing move had happened in a single heartbeat. Staring at the body, she realized her friend had slain a legend without even using his full power. Then, he suddenly started falling. He fell like a stone from the sky, but Elara caught him. She could feel his body was as cold as death. His only wish was to reach the eternal phoenix. As they flew, Elara couldn't stop talking about his incredible victory and how amazing it was. He calmly explained that the ancient dragon simply lacked the actual combat experience needed to defeat a true master. He told her that slaughtering defenseless humans and fighting a real life or death battle were two completely different things. Raw strength alone is never enough against monsters. He baited the dragon into thinking he used all his mana when it was only 80%. The remaining 20% allowed him to teleport and finish the job. Elara had to admit it was a brilliant move. Phoenix feathers were scattered everywhere. Alistair looked on in silence as tears filled the young girl's eyes. The legendary bird had already taken its last breath. Heartbroken, he touched its wings and thanked it for saving his life. But then, the phoenix began to stir. Alistair was going to use his own essence to bring the creature back. The fallen dragon's heart was placed near the bird. Its fiery energy was being drawn into the phoenix to fuel a miraculous rebirth. With the king of dragons dead, the wild drakes in the valley would now fight each other for the throne. So the phoenix should be the new sovereign. That way, the sanctum would never be threatened by another monster like Lord Valthar. Entrusting the valley to the bird, Alistair hoped to meet it again. Back in Meadowbrook Village, everything finally felt peaceful. People walked the markets with bright smiles. Alistair sat on a bench, quietly reflecting on the long road behind him. Just then, a traveler mentioned that a ship had been booked for their next journey. While serving juice, the young girl noted no ships were leaving today. Alistair felt fine, though he definitely needed to gain some weight back. Their new gear was impressive, especially that fire salamander cloak. She pointed to the bag containing all their spoils. Alistair refused to let his old allies' treasures rot in a cave. The two sat in quiet comfort, enjoying their drinks. Trust me, you and I are just getting started with this journey. The coming semester is going to be wild. All right, you and I are diving back in as they've spent a week in Hispano. The girl wondered if visiting Lord Perion's estate was smart, but they're stuck anyway with no ships leaving. When they reached the massive main gate, both were caught completely off guard. A guard demanded their business. Frey asked if Perion was home. He claimed they were friends, but the guard, seeing only a rude kid, demanded his name immediately. With a confident smile, he answered Frey Blake. Suddenly, a memory of his old friend surfaced. Perion had already briefed them on the third son of House Blake. If Frey ever arrived, they were to treat him with the same respect as the master himself. Hearing that name, the guard went stone cold with shock. This was his master's one and only true friend. Just then, a carriage rolled in. Another guard announced the young lady's return. They both turned to see who was arriving. Standing beside the carriage, they watched as the door opened and a young woman stepped down. This was Lady Lilia, and the guards instantly tensed up. They told her the boy beside them was claiming to be the young master's close friend. Lilia studied the boy closely. Her pale eyes held a quiet sadness. With a smile, she said her brother spoke of Mr. Frey often. She also recognized his companion, the young Lady Isabel. The red-haired girl was too stunned to speak. Lilia headed back to the carriage and introduced herself as Lilia Heron, Perion's younger sister. Neither of them moves. You see, Isabel is so stunned by Lilia's beauty that she nearly forgets to breathe. The embarrassed guard explained they still hadn't confirmed the visitors' true identities. Lilia makes it clear that such formalities aren't needed with one sharp look. He gets the message right away. After a formal salute, he apologized for his rudeness. Then the carriage rolled on toward the grand mansion. Even past the gates, the estate is so massive the house is invisible. Lilia quietly keeps watching this strange young man. She can't understand why he'd been staring so intensely. When Frey notices, he asks if she has something to say. She says he's nothing like her brother's description, especially since his hair is white, not gray. Pointing to it, Frey says a lot happened on the road. Lilia laughs, telling him not to be so formal, so he relaxes his speech. That only earns him a scolding from Isabel. Lilia then asks what her brother was like during their studies. Frey admits he wouldn't know much since Perion was 2 years older. Lilia notes Frey isn't much older than her. Meanwhile, Isabel tells him to act more polite since they're guests in the prestigious House June. Soon, they arrive at the massive manor. The carriage drops them off right by a beautiful fountain. Perion is already waiting in the garden. With a smile, he greets Frey, saying he's been waiting a long time. The two quickly fall into easy laughter and friendly chatter. Perun also notices Frey's new hair. Frey, exhausted, says he's absolutely starving. Lilia notices how different he seems. She'd never seen her brother smile this openly before. She cuts in, complaining that her brother always ignores her. Perun walks over and calls her his little princess. He hadn't even noticed her until then, so she turns around and storms into the mansion in a rage. Perun says Lilia gets angry for the strangest reasons. Frey finds it weirder that Perun can call his own sister princess without any shame at all. As they head inside, they discuss Frey's upcoming journey to the infernal peaks. Let's pause. Perun thinks Frey rescued his fiancée. Isabel clarifies he means Lady Sonia, much to Frey's confusion. Frey is relieved to hear Sonia made it back safely. She'd been training her sword non-stop and earned the title Storm at a young age through sheer effort. Her sword skills were legendary. She was incredibly strong with powerful arms to match. Joking around, Frey says, it's a waste for a girl like that to end up with Perun. Perun reminds him that guests must greet the family head first. They stop at a large door, ready to meet his father. Inside, the room is filled with elegant, expensive treasures. Even the cups and silverware look incredibly refined. Everyone is already seated, waiting for the meal. Two blonde boys trade glances. Lilia eats cake while the woman beside her sips a hot drink. Another woman keeps pouring tea. The family head says it's a pleasure to meet Frey and asks about Count Blake. Frey laughs and says he's doing well. Privately, he figures the man has probably never even met Frey's real father since he's only inhabiting this body. The mood tightens instantly as every eye turns toward the powerful patriarch. Lord Shepherd of House June leads the family as one of the Empire's 5 seventh circle mages and master of the 4th tower. Frey wonders if this man might know something about the demigods. Holding his teacup, Shepherd mentions the 6th tower is far away. Because of that, he only met Count Blake once a year at gatherings. He says he misses the meaningful time they spent together. Frey studies the mark on the man's face. Trust me, you and I recognize Schweizer's magical tattoo anywhere. All right, you and I are jumping back into a world of high stakes. Lord Sterling thanks Alaric for saving his son and future daughter-in-law, then asks why he was at the Dread Peaks. Alaric keeps his cards close, claiming it was just some personal business. He brushes it off as something far too small to interest a powerful man like the Lord. In the end, Sterling lets the matter drop. He shifts the conversation, asking for an update on the grand feast being prepared in the Great Hall. Percival confirms that everything is moving according to plan. He intends to host the most important guests personally to sharpen his skills as the next heir. With a respectful bow, he accepts the duty. Sterling then turns his gaze back toward Alaric. He mentions he has been studying an ancient spell and wants the young mage's honest opinion on it. Alaric hesitates, doubting his skills are enough to help a master, but Sterling insists he just wants a fresh perspective from a new generation. Alaric waits for the older man to continue. Pip stands and heads for the feast hall. Alaric asks Aliner to go and help him with the final touches. Now, only the two men remain at the table. The mood shifts as Sterling calls him Alaric of House Thorn. He doesn't flinch. The Lord's eyes glow with an eerie light as he asks why he's hiding his true motives. He demands to know the master plan, and Alaric feels the pressure. A single bead of cold sweat rolls down his face as the tension rises between them. Sterling's glare is sharp and filled with suspicion. He asks why the circle and seal has come to infiltrate his noble estate. Alaric tries to play it off, claiming there must be some sort of misunderstanding. But Sterling isn't buying it. Pay attention here. This is where he calls Alaric arrogant for flaunting those earrings. Alaric finally realizes exactly what item has given him away. Touching the jewels, he looks truly confused. He thought the circle and seal was just some harmless school club Percival started. Still, he keeps his cool. He claims he simply found the artifacts while traveling through the Iron Spires. A bit puzzled, Sterling asks if he really isn't part of that secret order. Alaric stands his ground. Percival asked him to join once, sure, but he refuses to be tied down to any group. Sterling slams his hand on the table. He's not talking about some silly student club anymore. He stops suddenly, narrowing his eyes as he studies the boy. He finally concludes that Alaric really is just a lone traveler. Looking a bit sheepish, the Lord asks him to lower his guard. Alaric stays seated, offering a dry remark about the whole mix-up that hurts the proud patriarch's ego even more. Alaric maintains he only came to visit a friend. Sterling's gaze sharpens again, sensing a deeper meaning. Alaric repeats it firmly. He is here only for the sake of a very dear friend. He had no intention of ever meeting the Lord. Meanwhile, the grand feast is being prepared with perfection. Seeing the fire die down, Sterling speaks with a calmer tone. He doesn't fully trust this mysterious guest yet, but he is willing to reconsider. First, however, he demands some real answers about the young man's past. He asks who Alaric thinks truly rules this world. He claims that while the Avalon Empire is the greatest human nation, it still only controls 1/10 of the known land. Alaric silently agrees with the math. If the world's total power were 10 fingers, humanity would barely hold 3 of them. He knows the truth. There is another ruler, a hidden, godlike being pulling the strings of history from the shadows. His hands remain steady under the table as Sterling says the exact same thing. He speaks the forbidden name, a demigod. The word strikes a chord in Alaric, but Sterling keeps talking. He describes a partially divine being who stands far above mankind, acting as the true apex predator of their world. It sounds like lunacy, but you and I know Alaric knows these monsters are real. He can't help but smile, remembering the 5 legends who once dared to stand against them. After 4,000 years, he assumed these monsters ruled the world again in secret, with no one left to remember the bloody truth. But people like Sterling still existed, and their numbers were slowly growing. Those who knew about the demigods were the ones who still refused to bend the knee or give up. Thoroughly confused, Sterling asks why the young man is smiling so widely. For the first time since his return, Alaric feels a surge of hope. He tells the Lord he knows everything about the demigods. Still, he warns Sterling to keep his cool. He isn't sure they are allies yet. He won't reveal his true identity just yet, though he hints that it matters because Sterling mentioned Solomon's notes. Sterling is furious at the mention, but Alaric doesn't move an inch. The two lock eyes in a tense silence. Once he settles, Sterling says he hopes Alaric will share his knowledge. He admits they know very little. They aren't even fully certain these divine beings actually exist. The only thing they know for sure, these entities are powerful enough to erase every living creature on the planet. Alaric is relieved they understand the stakes. There can't be many of them, probably less than 100. Even so, each one represents a force of absolute, living destruction. Alaric begins a tale from 4,000 years ago. 5 heroes rose up to challenge the power of the gods. Solomon the Sage, Kator the War King, Roland the Sword King, and Morgana. The Black Witch, alongside Lucas the Archmage. But once the Archmage vanished, history began to warp. The kings fell into bitter conflict and split apart. The Black Witch vanished, erasing every single trace of her existence. Only the sage kept fighting until the bitter end, but he was no match for the divine alone. That is how their names faded into myth. The two men keep staring at each other. You and I see it. Sterling knows truths long missing from history books. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when heroes are forgotten and their successors become a mess. That ancient legacy eventually shattered, leaving everyone in a desperate struggle for control. Frey knows this is exactly what happens when politics ruin everything. It all becomes a Game of Thrones. The major players are the Storm Callers, the Radiant Bracelets, and the Clear Blades. Frey realizes they are just using those titles. But the fates of Kassadin and Lucas remain a mystery. Shepard reveals the Trauman Order is falling apart, and their Grandmaster might be dead. The title of Magical Warrior King only belongs to one chosen successor at a time. Yet nobody knows where the true heir is hiding today. That legendary order is nothing like some silly academy club. Shepherd explains the club was just started by students for fun. They scout talented students and recruit them in secret, using those duplicate names as a perfect smokescreen to stay completely hidden. Now pay attention. Shepherd admits he has no idea how far the divine overlord's eyes and ears truly reach. Frey realizes this very conversation might already be overheard by their enemies. Shepherd thought Frey served the Traman order because he possessed the storm earrings, an ancient relic once belonging to Lucas. Finally, he hits a wall and stops talking. He stares at Frey with intense curiosity, demanding to know how he got them. Frey lies and claims he stumbled upon them in the Highland Peaks. Legends said ancient relics were buried there, but they remained lost. The reason? It was actually quite simple. No one knew where the dungeon was hidden, and a powerful guardian blocked the path. Frey just claims he got lost and wandered into the wrong area. He found 𝒀𝒆𝒅's's vault by total accident. Shepherd realizes those mysterious notes must have come from the vault, meaning Frey already knew everything they were just discussing. Losing his patience, Shepherd demands more details, but Frey just shrugs and insists it was all just one big accident. Shepherd's suspicion doesn't go away that easily. He orders Frey to prove what those storm earrings can actually do. Frey puts down his wine, and the earrings erupt with blinding, raw power. After the display, he asks Shepherd for his thoughts. Shepherd goes silent, closing his eyes in thought. He mutters that this isn't terrible, but admits there is an even bigger reason to doubt him. The grand manor is glowing as the royal banquet begins. Noble guests are drinking and laughing in the main hall. Frey arrives dressed in a sharp black suit. He was relieved to find an ally against the Celestials, but the path forward was getting darker. The most bitter part was knowing those secret orders betrayed their mission, just to fight amongst themselves for petty power. He still needed to find the Grandmaster, master the frost power, and complete the construction of 𝒀𝒆𝒅's's massive golem. Frey knows the pressure is building up fast. Honestly, he's probably only survived this long thanks to some seriously lucky breaks. Suddenly, a voice asks why he looks so serious. Smiling, the girl brags about her custom dress from Lady Lily. Frey mutters that it must be nice to live such a brainless life. He scowls, leaving the poor girl completely confused. He says nothing, taking a sip while flashing back to a previous conversation. A month ago at the Magic Tower, a secret report mentioned someone had successfully contacted the divine overlords. The informant hesitated, clearly terrified of the dark truth he was about to reveal. You and I probably saw this coming, but the one talking to the divine overlords, it was 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓, Frey's very own father. Someone nearby brags that Sir Patrick's swordsmanship could rival the greatest knights of the Lunia Kingdom. Frey recognizes the man as 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓, a social climber invited to House Deerstay's next ball. The guy was a total tool. Feed him a little ego, and he does the rest. Thanks to that idiot, Frey secured his invite and the plan is moving. He stands by the refreshments, scanning the room and the noble ladies until something very strange catches his attention. He spots two people whispering in a corner and recognizes one. Suddenly, a soft voice says she has finally found him. It is Lady Sonia, looking stunning in her white gown. With Isabel right beside her, she begins chatting with Frey. Isabel catches his weird look while pointing at Sonia. Frey just tells Isabel that Sonia is the definition of beautiful. The two start arguing right in front of her. Once they finish, Frey asks if Sonia needed something. She just looks down in silence, making everything super awkward. Trying to break the ice, Frey offers her a drink. Right then, 𝒂𝒅 struts over with a smug grin, but Frey has no clue who this guy is. He wonders who this new fool is, then freezes when the man calls him the trash of House Blake. 𝒂𝒅 waits for a reaction. That was all Frey needed to realize he was dealing with a moron. 𝒂𝒅 can't believe a loser like Frey actually got in. For a minor noble like 𝒂𝒅, getting invited was the peak of his life. This was where the real power players traded secrets. So what do you and I take from this? Never underestimate a man with nothing to lose. Stick with me. We're about to see this arrogant noble get put in his place. The girl mocks him for being a hypocrite. Enraged, 𝒂𝒈𝒅'𝒔 shouts that Frey is a delusional madman who has no business talking down to a knight like him. But his anger quickly vanishes once he spots the two ladies standing nearby. He knew the Duke's parties attracted beauties, but these two were on another level. He just couldn't fathom why they were wasting time with a disgraced noble like Frey. Frey stays silent. 𝒂𝒈𝒅'𝒔 scoffs, assuming he's just acting tough to impress his lovely companions. 3 men approach to investigate the commotion. Among them is Sir Patrick, accompanied by a couple of his wealthy friends. He ignores the tension and introduces himself to Sonia as Sir Patrick, the heir of House Dearest. 𝒂𝒈𝒅 fumes as Patrick moves in on his target. Undeterred, the lady in blue simply introduces herself as Lady Sonia of House 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒔. That name sends a shock through the crowd. One man assumes that as a foreigner, she simply doesn't realize what a loser Frey truly is. He decides to strike while he has the chance. Sonia was the legendary Storm and the eldest daughter of the 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒔 line. He bows low, apologizing for not recognizing the woman destined to marry the great Lord Péryun. Sonia snaps back that nothing is official yet. He ignores her, claiming that Frey Blake is unworthy of even a moment of her time. Now watch this. Sir Patrick realizes this is the infamous Frey and smugly mentions he knows the boy's talented brothers quite well. He praises the high mages Miss Hel and Heinens. Hearing Miss Hel gained a title, Frey just calls it meaningless trash. Patrick keeps insulting him, saying House Sokka was right to exile him. He can't believe they even share the same noble bloodline. Fuming with rage, Sonia finally steps forward to defend Frey. She declares that nobody at this gala even compares to him and demands an immediate apology. Patrick refuses, convinced she must be playing some kind of joke. He laughs that no one would invite such trash to a royal banquet. His friends roar with laughter, and 𝒂𝒈𝒅'𝒔 joins in, enjoying every single second. Suddenly, Péryun walks over and notes that it seems some guests have forgotten their place tonight. He reveals that Frey's invitation came from him personally. The arrogant nobles are left completely speechless. Péryun confronts Patrick, sarcastically apologizing for not asking the Dearest family for permission to invite his own friends. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. He announces Frey as the most honored guest present. As they panic, he coldly tells them to enjoy the festivities. 𝒂𝒈𝒅'𝒔 tries to sneak away, but Péryun grabs him from behind. He whispers that if this weren't a formal event, the man would already be a corpse. Trembling with fear, the bullies flee while stammering apologies. Péryun and the group watch them scurry away. Frey was definitely more dangerous than he appeared. He and Péryun trade playful barbs about their tempers, making the girls burst out laughing. As the party continues, Frey listens as Péryun describes him as a very mysterious individual. Swirling his wine, Frey grows quiet. If people knew his deeds at Cortez, they would never dare call him the Blake family failure again. But he wasn't one for petty pride. Instead, he asks how the meeting with Péryun's father went. Now you and I need to pay attention here. Péryun mentions the rumors linking Frey to the Traman circle. He raises a toast and asks if Frey wants to join his secret order, but that was never his goal. Frey remembers a source had confirmed his identity. He asks who it was and is stunned to hear the name Heinens Blake. Heinens, his own brother, was actually a secret member of the order, just like the father of Lord Péryun. Despite the family's cruelty, his brother had tried to leave a clue. Heinens was nothing like Count Asaka or the others. He only agreed to the exile for a different reason. Péryun stays vague, and Frey admits he won't return to school. Isabelle is shocked. He had no reason to stay at the academy anymore. From the shadows, she watches the group of friends talking. Frey feels her stare, but says nothing. She worries about what his departure means for her own future as a mage. The Duke suggested he join the Third Tower of Magic, since its library was far superior to any other collection. Frey notices Isabelle acting strange. As night falls, the girl wanders through the silent halls of the grand estate. She knows they part ways tomorrow. Frey leaves for the tower, while she must return to the lonely academy halls. Since discovering his secret identity as 𝒂𝒈𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓, she knew this day would come. Still, the uncertainty was eating her alive. She had no idea what to strive for or how to truly become a master mage. Lost and alone, she couldn't see the next step on her path. A door opens. Someone asks if he's departing in the morning. Frey confirms it, thanking his host for the incredible hospitality and the magnificent banquet. He notes that the name of House Perrin carries immense weight and prestige across the entire kingdom. He jokes that his friend might actually be the once-in-a-century genius that the legends always speak of. And that's where we leave it. Perrin sensed mana at age 5, proving the stories were no exaggeration. Talk about a legendary duo. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see why Alaric is impressed. Even legends only touched mana at 7, yet Percival reached the 4th tier by 17. That story gap instantly catches Alaric's eyes. Trusting Alaric, Percival finally opens up. With a heavy voice, he admits his raw talent feels like a curse. The two comrades face one another. Alaric stays quiet while Percival stares down, carefully choosing his next words. He tells Alaric of his old mentor, a thin, 6th-tier mage and wise vice-master of the 5th Grand Spire. Whenever Percival asked a question, the man would just smile warmly and pat him on the head. He loved that praise so much he studied day and night just to ask more. That mentor gave him a true love for the arcane. But that was just Percival's side of things. After hitting the 4th tier, he asked a question his master simply couldn't answer. Pay attention here, because this is where everything breaks. The man snapped, and what Percival remembers most was the fear on that face. His master watched him grow at a terrifying rate, until that hidden fear finally boiled over. From that day forward, Percival completely lost his direction. He still loved magic, but whenever he dove in deep, that master's terrified face came back to stop him cold. Every single day, he cursed his own God-given talent over and over. Through tears, he wished he was just ordinary, learning with simple passion so no one would ever call him a monster again. Alaric gently rests a hand on his shoulder, but Percival keeps sobbing, unable to mask the crushing pain inside. Alaric tells him to stop being so dramatic and listen. He says some people are born far beyond mere genius. They belong at the peak of magic, but if one weak teacher can break him, he will never reach the summit. Percival listens. Alaric warns that by their next meeting, he will be worlds ahead of where he stands right now. So Percival had better do the same. The boy goes dead silent. He reflects on the elder god for a moment, and Alaric suspects he already knows it exists. Alaric stands firm. The elder god is a wicked deity that controls all life and twists the laws of nature. But humans share the blame for failing to realize they are living in invisible chains. Still, humans can win and mend the world if they never quit. Alaric says that is a goal only humanity can reach. If Percival wants an easy life and aspire just bragging about his talent, then fine. You and I both know Alaric wants the peak of magic to slay that god. But now, he needs to know what Percival truly wants in his heart. Percival sits in silence, letting out a long sigh. Outside, Alara listens through the crack in the heavy door. She prayed her friend would finally stand against his noble family and choose his own path. She sees the vision of two great legends. Alaric pats his shoulder, promising he will always stay one step ahead. Percival fires back, vowing he will be the one in front next time. Grinning, Alaric says that is exactly what a real friend says. Alara walks away in tears, overwhelmed by everything she heard. By the next morning, heavy clouds mask the entire sky. Alaric is already outside, ready for the road. The grim weather suits the trip. Then, a voice asks if he is really leaving his baggage behind. It is Alara, carrying a massive pack. Alaric looks confused, asking what baggage she is talking about. She reminds him he used to call her a burden and an obstacle. But now, she has made up her mind to push her magic as far as humanly possible. She will follow the greatest mage in history, rather than learning from anyone at the Royal Institute. Alaric warns she will regret this. She just ignores him and walks on, vowing to follow him even into the depths of hell. Alaric answers with a tiny smile. Together, the two of them calmly continue their long journey. Word soon spreads of Alaric and Percival's bond. Lord Cedric hears the two are much closer than anyone ever expected. Sir Thomas reports that Alaric was the most vital guest at the banquet, but Cedric barely reacts to the news. The knight nervously tries to explain, yet Cedric seems bored by his younger brother's new social circles. He dismisses the man from his study. Still, he finds it strange that Percival views Alaric as such a dear friend. He turns to Barnaby, asking for his thoughts. Barnaby simply says it is natural since they attended the same institute. He decides it is worth telling their father the news. Then he exits the room, leaving Barnaby behind in the shadows. Barnaby watches him leave before staring ahead. In his hand, he tightly grips a very strange object. Alaric explains Duke Sterling gave him the item, a qualification needed to begin the trials for his order. Alara believes joining the order is the best way to learn of the Elder God. Until recently, she had never even heard that name. She knew nothing of the 5 legendary heroes Alaric once fought beside. She was only taught they were ancient masters. If not for Alaric, she would think the Elder God was a fairy tale. Trust me, the worst kind of control is the kind people cannot see. Let's dive into a world where people can't even think for themselves anymore. They live like happy slaves, clinging to false pride and fake victories. Arthur warns her that humanity is completely lost now. He never truly lost to that demigod. He's just been on a very long road to victory as they reach the spire. This is Isabel's first time seeing the spire. Arthur still has 6 months before he joins the council. Until then, he must master the frozen river energy and train until his legendary strength finally returns. This place fills him with nostalgia. He says this is where he first truly gave his soul to magic. Suddenly, they hear footsteps. 2 cloaked figures are approaching them through the mist. They stop nearby. It's shadow elves. Elves and dwarves can actually move freely through these human lands. Arthur is surprised, though he read about it back at the academy. It's a shock compared to 4,000 years ago. Back then, the elves lived alone, fully united within the deep northern jungles as their own kingdom. One elf notices something strange. Arthur stares back, but they pass by in silence. Up close, the spire is massive. Inside, knights train for war while others practice spells. The main hall is absolutely packed with elite warriors. Isabel kneels and begins her own training. She's focused, used to this brutal style. Then she senses sharp movements nearby. Arthur is practicing ancient knight techniques. She can't help but watch his every move. Rumors say he spends all day doing a weird dance. Everyone calls him a freak. Pay attention here. Isabel finally understands the flow of essence and the incredible moves hidden inside this dance. It's actually high-level combat training. He strikes with lightning speed, then flows back to his starting point like water in a stream. This isn't a dance at all. It's high-level combat. Nearby, a man collapses and begs for mercy. His opponent towers over him. The elf calls the human weak, which is pretty rude after a surrender. The shadow elf woman asks if this is really the warrior Liam was praising. Embarrassed, the elf disagrees with his master. As he helps his opponent up, he notices Arthur nearby. Arthur is still moving through those strange forms. The elf locks eyes with him. Isabel recognizes him from earlier. He asks if Arthur is a magic knight. Arthur just says he's a mage. The elf doubts it. Those moves don't look like a mage. Arthur tells him to just call him Arthur. The elf introduces himself as Liam. After that, he asks Arthur for a fight. Arthur is confused by the sudden request. Liam says it's not a fight, he just forgot the word. His master steps in and calls it a duel. Soon, all 4 are standing in the hall. The woman introduces herself as Catherine. She apologizes for her companion, calling him an annoying, mindless idiot. The two start arguing in Elvish. Issabel is lost, but Arthur doesn't mind. He says he's ready. You and I saw this coming. Liam is shocked the human speaks Elvish. He says it's interesting to see an elf learn human magic. It sounds exactly like what the ancient elf elders would say. A crowd gathers as the duel begins. The shadow elf takes a complex, strange stance, ready to strike. He lunges at Arthur. Arthur blocks it instantly, leaving the elf completely stunned. Liam attacks from every angle, using pure speed. These are silent shadow steps, built on elite footwork. He tries to reach Arthur, but gets blocked. Arthur uses his dance-like moves to knock Liam down with one heavy, unexpected strike. Arthur's style feels more like a wild predator than a human being. The duel is heating up, and neither is done. They clash in midair as the shocked crowd watches. The elves can't believe this human matches Liam, their future leader. Arthur slashes with sharp hand strikes. Liam throws another kick and they collide in the air. They land heavily, staring each other down. Lady Catherine decides Arthur isn't a true magic knight. His slim build says otherwise. Still, she can't understand how someone so thin blocked all of Liam's powerful attacks. Frustrated, Liam rushes in for one last blow. The exchange turns violent. Catherine notices Arthur's perfect mana control. She orders them to stop. The two warriors then praise each other. Arthur says Liam would be stronger in a night fight. He also notes that Liam isn't used to close combat. The elf just laughs. Now tell me, how long do you think Arthur will stay at this spire? All right, you and I are about to see a commoner shake up the most elite magic tower in the realm. Fred plans to stay for 6 months. Hearing the news, Liamson is thrilled. Camille is still watching the mysterious young man when her jeweled earring catches the light. She instantly spots Fred's powerful artifact. He notices her stop mid-sentence, sensing her shock at his hidden strength. Changing the subject, she asks why he chose this tower. He simply needs their legendary library for his research. He needs to brew a magic elixir. The others can't believe a traveler is speaking to the elven lady, but Fred admits his research has hit a wall. The elf grants him full access to the scrolls. To read the first-tier books, he must pass a trial and gain approval from the 3 great landmasters. Fred is ready immediately. The trial begins tomorrow. By sunrise, the main hall is packed. Fred is the center of attention after his duel with a dark elf. Everyone wonders why a warrior wants to study high magic. A voice rings out, and the crowd parts. Camille and Liamson have arrived. They brought friends to watch the show, and Liamson is itching for a rematch. Then, the heavy doors swing open as the 3 landmasters enter. Lord Michael leads them, a man of immense power. The first trial starts. They must conjure a sphere of raw mana. Everyone shows off their talent, but the real challenge begins when they compress that energy. Watch closely. Master Michael turns this simple test into an absolute nightmare. He pulls a small object from his silk sleeve. It is a tiny sapphire marble. To pass, they must shrink their energy spheres smaller than his. Compressing mana to that size is nearly impossible. Many fail. One man collapses under the immense strain. It was too difficult. Issabel pours every ounce of her spirit into matching the master's size. Michael announces her success. She exhales, completely drained. Next, the master's gaze shifts. Those dark elf spheres are perfect. Their people do not require further testing. They already have permission to enter. Then, the master turns his attention toward another student. Frank had reached a terrifying level of skill. While others thought he had given up, Michael was left in total shock. Your eyes can deceive you. Mana must be felt. Frank compressed his power until it was completely invisible. That level of control is godlike. After seeing his artifact, Michael lets Frank skip the trials. The boy introduces himself as Fred Blake of the noble House Blake. Michael requests a private audience. Soon, the two are alone in a chamber. Michael praises his skill. Since Duke Shepherd sent him, the master gets straight to the point. He knows Fred is at stage 5. Fred hides his true 7th stage power. Demigods, this changes everything. Looking out the window, Michael asks how much Fred knows about the ancient beings. traces of a demigod were found in Asciano, along with their holy apostles. These chosen ones wield divine power and call themselves apostles. Now, fanatics from every kingdom are swarming the border to join their cause. Fred is stunned. This didn't happen 4,000 years ago. Under Lord Michael and the Knight Lucas, they must act before cities are burned. The kingdom is in danger, and they need to investigate. Michael asks Fred to join the hunt. He accepts instantly, surprising the master. This mission is a death trap. Most people would have taken more time to consider. Fred asks why he was chosen for such a task. Michael reveals a relic of Iris, proving he is a member of the Peace Founders. After the High Master was slain by the demigod, the world fell into total chaos. The Dark Elves were sent as reinforcements. Michael recognized him immediately. Those typhoon earrings are legendary. Fred realizes his gear is becoming too famous. After preparing, he masters the flow of the frozen river. Michael asks about the library again. Fred needs alchemy for a rare elixir. The old master smiles. Books aren't enough. He needs a specific woman's help. He knocks and waits. When a girl appears, he tells her that Lord Michael sent him. Meet Professor Adelia, the genius of 𝑹𝒆𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔. Her room is a chaotic mess of research. She points to a chair. Tools and scrolls cover every surface. She is busy. Explain your request in 5 words. Fred doesn't blink. He wants to brew a mana potion, and she is shocked by his speed. Curious about his recipe, he hands her the vial. Is he changing alchemy forever? All right, you and I are about to see how one genius changes the fate of a kingdom forever. The professor snaps, demanding details. Arthur nonchalantly reveals it is a Millennium Dragon Heart with over 100,000 mana units. He plans to brew a legendary elixir. It sounds insane, yet her eyes sparkle. The recipe is nearly impossible, though. He requires a mythical ingredient that is basically extinct, a phoenix feather. Arthur just drops one on her desk like it is nothing. Adelaide is stunned. She has never seen one in person. Next, she tests him, demanding he compress a massive energy sphere down to the size of a grape. Arthur does it effortlessly, and their experiments finally begin. Adelaide starts questioning who this mysterious new partner of hers actually is. She suspects he is a Blackwood. She has heard of the brothers, but the name Arthur, completely new to her. His alchemy and mana control are god tier, even if his theory feels a bit dated. With talent like that, she cannot believe he has been a secret until now. Suddenly, she grabs his collar with a look of pure desperation. It feels like a threat, but then she literally begs him to be her assistant. She offers a small fortune in gold, but he just says no. Fine, she will trade secret alchemy techniques instead. Nobody else knows these. Now, she is plotting any way to win him over. Slumped on the floor, another thought hits her. Why on earth does he keep calling her professor anyway? Arthur mentions he is a student at Westbridge Academy. Instantly, she starts plotting to blackmail him using his grades and academic future to force his hand. But before she can strike, Arthur reveals he already dropped out. He discovers her secret golem research. Now pay attention, because what he says next is mental. Arthur reckons a core of 1 million mana should do. She shrugs, calling it total nonsense. A power source like that should not even exist in this world. Controlling that much energy is impossible. Plus, you would need legendary minerals and 1,000 complex steps. Arthur goes quiet, thinking back to Sebastian's dying request to finish his ultimate project. This means Sebastian's final task is way harder than Arthur initially realized. Adelaide wonders for a split second if he actually possesses a 1,000,000-point core. She looks at him, smiles, and then declares that it is simply impossible. The dark elf is completely gassed. His opponent sends him crashing hard into the dirt. He admits defeat, but still grumbles that it was nothing but luck. Suddenly, applause rings out. Nearby, Isabella is busy showing the elves how to master energy compression. The elven master praises her teaching style for being so clear. As Isabella approaches, she learns the legendary elixir will finally be ready tonight. This meant he was nearing the 7th stage, even if the peak was still miles away. Catherine gets curious and offers to teach them spirit magic. It would be a massive help if they ever decide to forge a spirit contract. In exchange, she wants magic lessons for her kids. Later, Arthur meets Adelaide, who delivers the news the elixir is finished. She is nervous about him drinking it, though. She begs him to back out while he still has the chance. The quality is insane. It is twice as potent as normal. One wrong sip, and his bones could literally melt inside his body. Arthur thinks that sounds perfect. Adelaide is left completely speechless. She shrugs, telling him it is his funeral. Just do not haunt her once he dies. As a thank you gift, he hands her Edith's enchanted necklace. She immediately starts scolding him for trying to flirt. Arthur calmly explains the necklace is actually designed to boost her focus and concentration. She does not buy it. Arthur is left stunned, realizing he will truly never understand the mind of a woman. Windows boarded shut. Inside the dim room, Arthur grips his bag, pulling out stones and tossing them across the floor. A surge of energy spreads, turning the room ice cold. Every breath he takes turns into a thick mist. He centers himself and begins to meditate. Then, he uncorks the flask and downs the elixir in a single gulp. His eyes ignite with fierce power as everything shifts. Trust me, you have never seen anything like this. Meanwhile, the elven girl asks Isabella about the 7th stage. She explains they are new to human sorcery, so this whole ranking system is still a bit confusing for them. She wonders if these human stages are similar to their own elven ranks and warrior classes. Isabella explains that a 7th stage wizard is hailed as a great mage, someone who receives the status and honor of a high count. They are even etched into the sacred imperial records. The master asks if Arthur just wants noble status, but the girl knows this is only the beginning. His true endgame goes way beyond just gaining power or finding fame. One word hangs in the air: Archon. Meanwhile, the potion forces Arthur to absorb every drop of mana in the room. He is going to reclaim the world from the Archons. As the elixir settles, he realizes he has finally reached the 7th stage. Later, they reach a misty landscape, Hollowbridge, where the disciples were found. Trust me, the real war is just beginning. All right, you and I are stepping into a village where the air feels like a death sentence. Alara senses something foul, but the Archmage calls it divine power. Alaric hasn't felt this presence in centuries. The sheer, sickening weight of it almost makes him lose his lunch. He turns to the Archmage with a question he's been dwelling on. Just how powerful are these mortals chosen by the gods themselves? 𝒂𝒈𝒄𝒂𝒓 was a tiny hamlet of barely 500 souls, living in total isolation from the rest of the kingdom. It was the perfect hideout for these apostles to work their dark magic in secret. The Archmage warns this mission is pure danger, questioning if the girl can handle it, but Alaric knows Alara is a warrior. As she scans the trees, a figure emerges. The man demands to know why the High Mage of the Citadel would visit such a backwater. He is Lord Miller, the village mayor. Cedric cuts straight to the point. He asks if anything has changed recently, even the smallest detail, like a weird habit or an uneasy feeling in the air. But the mayor just shrugs, claiming it's just a quiet village where one day is exactly like the last. The old man nods, but then points out the obvious. Where are all the people? The streets are dead silent like a ghost town. The mayor says they're all in the woods. Now watch closely. You and I know he's hiding something big. He nervously swears it's the truth. Alaric isn't buying it and orders his scout, Silas, to investigate the surroundings immediately. The Archmage is stunned to see the prideful elf following Alaric's commands without a single word of protest. Silas moves like a ghost through the village. He returns instantly with a grim report. Not a single living soul remains. He found trails of blood everywhere. Suddenly, the mayor's skin rips apart as he transforms into a hideous beast. Everyone draws their weapons. These were thralls of a demigod, sent with one order: kill everyone. Their first target, the old mage. The monsters lunge at the old man, but Alara is a blur of motion, pulling him out of the death trap. She unleashes her hidden power, summoning a massive pillar of fire that turns one creature to ash. Her magic is devastating, but it is not enough to wipe them all out at once. Alaric dives into the fray, splitting a monster's skull open with a perfect aerial strike. Then he unleashes a flurry of strikes in every direction. One beast is paralyzed with fear after seeing its ally die and tries to flee, but Scylla's is already there. He slices its hamstrings, sending the beast crashing down. Alaric marches over and crushes its chest under his boot. He demands answers, but the creature just sneers, claiming it knows absolutely nothing. Alaric won't waste time, so Archmage Cedric steps in. He's about to invoke his powerful spirit magic. He begins chanting in an ancient, forgotten language, summoning a spirit for aid. A shadow stalker emerges from the darkness, a creature perfectly suited for ripping information out of its victims. The spirit moves instantly. The Archmage commands it to seize control of the creature's shattered mind. It lunges, sliding down the monster's throat. Compared to this soul-tearing agony, regular torture would be a mercy. Cedric just laughs, clearly loving the power. You and I can agree, it's probably best not to make these dark elves your enemies. They demand to know where the people are, and the beast groans that they're all gone. Now they need to find out why. It reveals the villagers were used as blood sacrifices, though it doesn't know the ultimate goal of the ritual. The lives were spent to create these monsters and fuel the apostles' power. Suddenly, the creature's eyes glow a violent red. Everyone braces for impact. A massive explosion rips through the entire village. The Archmage shields his face, while the elves use their magic to defend. Alaric's enchanted earring reacts, forming a powerful protective barrier. Cedric realizes the beast was rigged to explode. The situation is dire, and they decide it's time to retreat. If the apostle is strong enough to create these things, they might be outmatched, but Alaric refuses to back down. The apostles already know they've arrived. If they run now, they'll never get another shot at this. The old man insists they wait for Duke Roland's return, because fighting such a monster without him is a death sentence. Alaric declares he will take Roland's place with his own strength, but this isn't about ego. The 7th rank is about fusion. When opposing forces collide, they detonate. Only a 7th rank mage can merge them. Alaric says pride has nothing to do with it. With a simple snap, he proves it. 2 massive pillars of light erupt from the earth. The Archmage watches in pure disbelief as Alaric continues, bringing his palms together. He is attempting to merge 2 opposing elements, a feat that should be beyond his limits. Even while shouting at him, the Archmage is in awe that he can fuse such massive spells. He asks if Alaric is really just a 7th rank mage, but Alaric denies it, repeating that he will replace Roland. That night, a voice calls Alaric over to investigate something. Cedric is kneeling over a charred corpse. The victim wasn't killed by fire, but by pure lightning. This means the apostle serves the god of storms. A human using divine power is a massive problem. But as you and I are about to see, not every apostle is a monster. All right, you and I are about to witness the fallout of the first apostle's defeat in 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂. It is unheard of. Usually, when an apostle dies, the demigod linked to them suffers a massive blow, too. 4,000 years ago, these heralds didn't exist. Alistair wonders what dark evolution changed the demigod since then. They push deeper into the woods, but the silence is deafening. No birds, no insects, just a dead forest. Life has been completely drained. Camilla is horrified to see nature stripped of its very essence so thoroughly. Isabel touches the soil and realizes the truth. The entire forest is a massive trap sealed by a divine barrier. Alistair considers leveling the place, but a fire could wipe out the nearby villages. Camilla quickly agrees with him. Breaking a seal this complex usually takes days, but as Alistair touches the bark, he feels absolutely nothing within. He scanned the structure for a weakness, but time was a luxury. He chose action over more endless planning. While his allies held the line, Alistair deciphered the barrier's frequency and finished his analysis in a heartbeat. Ordering everyone back, he unleashed his wind magic. A colossal whirlwind slammed into the trees, shattering the entire forest into millions of splinters. In one single strike, the path was cleared. Master Michael stood in absolute shock at the power the boy displayed. Pay attention. This power shouldn't belong to a 20-year-old. The old guard is changing. Suddenly, a surge of divine energy erupted ahead. A figure began to emerge, radiating the terrifying presence of an apostle. The old man froze as he recognized the figure coming closer. He could hardly believe it. It was the legendary Sir Lucas. The world seemed to spin. The brutal truth was staring them in the face. Lucas had become a traitorous apostle. He mocked Michael for his lack of patience, but the old man was desperate to believe there was some mistake. Lucas simply asked what should be done. With a single finger, he began a lethal spell aimed at Michael's heart. But Alistair intercepted the blast. Lucas was stunned, his attack failed, even as the old man collapsed from the shock. He couldn't accept that a high-ranking executive had fallen this low. This wasn't the man they once respected anymore. Alistair demanded answers for this betrayal. Lucas just ignored him, telling the young man to watch his tone and show respect. He claimed he finally understood true power. To him, humans were now just insects, no matter how hard they struggled. That triggered a dark memory for Alistair. Snapping in a blind fury, he shouted that humans were far from insects. You saw that too, right? Alistair's rage is exploding, even as Lucas claims he hasn't surrendered. He had embraced the demigod's strength. He claimed the rest of the council already knew how overwhelming that power was. But even in fear, people keep moving forward. They risk everything to protect their loved ones and refuse to back down. That resilience is humanity's true strength, and it's exactly what Lucas has thrown away for a taste of divinity. Alistair's fury exploded into raw magical pressure. Lucas just called it ignorance as both sides prepared for a devastating battle. Lucas could cast top-tier spells with zero chance. That is the power of an apostle, miles beyond any mortal mage. That lightning wasn't just magic. It was a gift directly from a demigod, pure and lethal. With that gift, he surged past the 7th stage. Storm clouds gathered as he unleashed a non-human tempest. The demigods were in play. The elves asked for a plan, and Alistair immediately ordered everyone to split up. Liam would take the front line to protect the others. Camilla would provide magic support, while Lord Michael blocked the divine aura. Then Alistair turned to Isabel. He pulled his most loyal friend into a sudden, silent embrace. He whispered a secret that left her breathless. Then he turned away. There was no time left for an argument. Survival was the only priority now. Alistair braced himself as the front line charged straight at the traitorous Lucas. Lucas countered with effortless beams of light. The warrior dodged, but his counterattack was blocked by a shimmering shield. A blinding flash sent the elf flying back toward Alistair. The rest of the team regrouped for their next move. Alistair lunged forward, casting blazing earth with everything he had. Michael watched the devastation in pure horror. The ground shattered into pieces, revealing the boy's terrifying potential. Michael began to wonder who Alistair really was. He charged across the broken terrain while Lucas defended, warning him not to waste his strength on a futile struggle. His lightning barrier was impenetrable. This was the pure, raw essence of a demigod's protection. Alistair didn't flinch. He used flame impact to close the distance, following with piercing ice, but it all seemed pointless. Nothing could even scratch Lucas. The plan was for Alistair to strike while others distracted him, but everything is failing. Now every attack is targeting Alistair. Disaster. Camel feared the end was near, but Isabel claimed the plan was working. Lucas was busy testing Frey, thinking the others were just a distraction, but stick with me, because everything is about to change. That cursed storm cloud was pumping him with infinite power. As long as it loomed, he was basically immortal. The mission was simple: destroy the cloud. Frey acted as the ultimate lure while Isabel regrouped with Camel and Lord Michael. He had bet his life on her. Now, she ordered the others to gather every drop of mana they could for the final strike. This single moment would decide the kingdom's fate. Meanwhile, Frey kept up his relentless assault. Spells rained down, but the High Mage's barrier didn't even flicker. Despite the stalemate, Lucas realized this boy had already reached the legendary 7th circle of magic. Seeing a teenager with that much potential terrified him. He had to end the boy now before he became a bigger threat. Frey sent a massive fireball screaming forward. He knew it wouldn't break through, but he refused to slow down. Suddenly, Lucas realized Frey was just blocking his line of sight. He spotted the 3 mages targeting his cloud and moved fast to stop them. Isabelle knew they were caught. A blast slammed into the trio before Frey could even yell, leaving them broken and unable to stand. Lucas gathered a sphere of pure destruction to finish the job. The plan was shattered, and death seemed certain. But pay attention here, because Liamson suddenly leaps in to intercept the killing blow. Frey screamed a warning for his friend. The dark elf fought like a demon as Lucas reinforced his shimmering magical shield. Frey rushed to his fallen allies, but they pushed him away, telling him to focus everything on the High Mage. That cloud had to go. Liamson threw himself into the fight, holding Lucas back until a heavy strike landed. Lucas was losing his patience. He blasted the elf with a crushing spell and grabbed him by the throat. He mocked their useless struggle, promising the elf a quick death. He declared that not a single soul would leave this battlefield alive. But Liamson wasn't done. He used his feet to thrust his staff into Lucas's chest, actually drawing noble blood. The barrier violently repelled him, but the damage was done. Even a small scratch proved the monster could be hurt. Lucas stepped forward to end it, but a massive vibration from the earth made him spin around in shock. The mana pooling there was terrifying, way beyond human limits. Frey knew he couldn't hold anything back for this final gambit. He would sacrifice everything to save his friends. Shouting for Liamson to clear out, he prepared a dangerous, forbidden technique. The elf vanished just as a colossal inferno erupted, incinerating everything in its path with pure, white-hot rage. Fire consumed the landscape. Frey's power was absolute, but the cost was his entire reserve of magical energy. As the smoke cleared from the massive crater, Liamson watched in awe. But Lucas was still standing, though he had lost an entire arm in the blast. Howling in fury, the High Mage swore vengeance. Then, he realized the boy was completely drained of all mana. To Lucas, that was a rookie error. But Frey didn't care. He charged straight at the monster with bare fists. Mana or not, he was going to beat this pathetic traitor. Lucas couldn't believe the boy's spirit still wasn't broken. The barrier was flickering. Frey knew if he stopped for even a second, the enemy would recover. Lucas lashed out with a spell, but Frey slipped through the impact and buried a heavy punch into the man's gut. Pain finally cracked the mage's composure. Frey clapped his hands together, blasting Lucas back with one last surge. You saw that coming, right? Lucas screams that the boy isn't human, but Frey just calls him a pathetic worm serving a fake god. Lucas froze, his mind reeling. He was losing a battle he should have won, and his pride was shattering. With his one good arm, he reached for the sky. As long as that cloud existed, his power was infinite. He planned to heal and burn the world down. But then, a sudden kick slammed right into his jaw. The elf appeared from the shadows, laughing at his arrogance before knocking the mage flat. Meanwhile, the other 3 were seconds away from destroying the cloud. Frey and Liamson just had to keep him busy. Even half dead, the High Mage still had reserves. He released a shockwave that sent both fighters flying through the air. Frey hit the ground hard. Lucas pinned him down, sneering that he would slowly carve the boy into pieces. But the very next second, the air turned cold. A massive surge of energy erupted from the hero's ritual. Their combined attack was finally ready. The master added his elven soul, the elder summoned the elements, and Isabelle channeled it all into one strike against the sky. They were spent, but they'd done it. Lord Mickle looked on, feeling a flicker of pity for his old friend. Lucas's physical form began to crumble. With his dying breath, he pathetically begged his dark master for a salvation that never came. Holy light rained from above. As the traitor's body turned to dust, the long, bloody battle finally came to an end. So what do you and I make of this? Even a master traitor dies alone. Rest in peace, 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔. All right, you and I are about to see if a god's promise of salvation is actually a death sentence. Frey tried to end the madness, but Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒂 still hoped to save what was left of his friend's soul. Shaking, the old man begged for just one more moment, but the apostle refused his pity. 𝒂𝒂𝒂 still believed there was a way to save his friend. He reached out a hand, but 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒔 was already sensing a trap. Even as he died, he lunged at Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒂 to finish his mission. The others screamed to run, but a massive explosion leveled the crater. Once it cleared, both men were gone without a trace. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒔 had escaped, dragging poor Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒂 into the void. Ysabel watched the scene in absolute horror. Drowned in tears, she couldn't believe such a kind man was gone. Frey realized the world was rotting. Don't blink, because you and I are seeing the world start to fall apart around them. Frey vowed to fight until the end. The next day at the spire, he sat thinking when a knock came at his door. Ysabel told him Lady Camel had gone to meet with the members of the Gilded Order. He stared at a crystal found in the apostle's remains, knowing it was meant for Professor Adelia. Ysabel sat beside him, still haunted by the loss. She had never seen a comrade die before her eyes. Lord 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒔 had belonged to the Gilded Order, a secret society that wasn't just limited to witches. Frey remembered the old man, saying their secret group was desperate for new blood and would recruit almost anyone. He had promised that Frey would be welcomed with open arms. The Gilded Order was smaller than the other circles, but their influence across the kingdom was massive. Sir Alton served as the contractor for the northern barbarians and ruled as a Grand Duke of Hell. 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒔 was shocked by Frey's dark interests. Grand Dukes viewed humans as mere insects. Making a pact with one was thought to be impossible. Only Lady Iris had ever done it. Frey wondered just what kind of man Master Alton truly was. Frey decided to dig deeper into the Gilded Order, but another knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Professor Adelia arrived to see him, and he mentioned he was just about to find her. She was surprised Ysabel was there, but she had news. Elder Ullin was requesting an audience. You and I both know that meeting a Grand Master is never just a social call. He introduced himself as Julin Montivo, Grand Master of the Third Magic Tower. Frey showed his respect. Julin had read the mission report and praised Frey's detailed account of the Apostle's powers. Still, he added that losing a man like 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒔 was a tragedy for the kingdom. Those words crushed Ysabel's heart. The Apostle's identity remained a mystery. Julin regretted being so hasty and not waiting for Lord Lucas to arrive. Frey listened in silence as Julin asked about the final moments of his fallen friend. Frey took a moment and then said that 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒔 stayed loyal until his very last breath. He was a man of principle, watching the seagulls. Julin mourned his friend, then shocked everyone by asking Frey to become the new master of Earth. He was impossibly young. The previous record was held by Michelle of the noble house of Blake, who attained the rank of master at age 26. The Blake family was famous for their geniuses, but Frey still hadn't given his answer. If he accepted the role, he'd get a private estate, a massive lab, and unlimited support for his magical studies. Depending on his projects, he could also acquire rare materials with much greater ease. Adelia was thrilled until Frey flatly refused the title, wanting no part of it. When Julin offered him a seat in the circle instead, Frey turned that down too. Julin was curious about his refusal, but he had no choice but to respect the young mage's choice. As they left, Adelia scolded him, claiming he was too young to understand the prestige he just declined. Frey just ignored her and led her to his lab to show her something truly special. Her curiosity spiked when she saw the remains of a fallen apostle. She's stunned. She had no clue he actually defeated one, assuming he had just fled for his life. She revealed the stone contained the sacred power of a celestial, though currently it was nothing more than a pretty, useless trinket. Refined correctly, it would put a dragon's heart to shame. Frey tried to leave it with her, but she had no idea what to do. Trust me, you and I are about to see Frey reach a level of power beyond imagination. Trust me, things are about to get crazy. She calls it madness, taking the object into her care while Frey stands ready beside his dark elf companion. A crowd gathers in the great hall. Frey greets Camel, but she slips past, whispering a warning about a terrifying man from the Silver Circle. Arnand warns Frey to watch out, because this guy's temper is even uglier than his face. The man snaps at her for using a foreign tongue, demanding to know why they're whispering like cornered rats. He points at Frey, realizing he's the boy who joined the Iron Bastion during the 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒔. He demands answers. Watch Frey's reaction here. He coldly says everything is already detailed in the report. The old man is furious that a mere kid would talk back, while Liamson starts losing patience with the elder. Frey states he isn't part of the Silver Circle, so he owes them nothing. This pushes the elder over the edge, making him completely lose his mind. He can't believe Frey's audacity. The bitter old man is told to pipe down before things get out of hand. Nobody wants a scene, so he reluctantly forces himself to settle back into his seat. Then a mysterious man steps forward and lowers his hood. Frey recognizes him after years apart. Emotionless, he says it's been a while. It was his brother, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄. They stare each other down. 𝒂𝒂🍐 mentions the rumors about Frey's suspicious ties to the powerful Lord Perun. He claims Frey has changed, and those cold eyes prove that the noble Blake blood flows within him. Frey doesn't care for the flattery. 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄 is the second son of House Blake, the same brother who once helped Shepard confirm Frey's true identity. Frey is still wary of 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄's true motives. Suddenly, the brother apologizes for the elder's earlier outburst. He warns Frey that the family will come for him soon, and he must reject them at all costs. The Blake name is a curse now. Frey recalls that 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄 was the first to strike a deal with the demigod. Cutting to the chase, he asks what 𝒂𝒐𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 really wants. 𝒂𝒂🍐 looks away. Frey can't stand this act. Why play the caring brother now, after years of treating him like trash? 𝒂𝒂🍐 is oblivious to Frey's hatred, but those bitter memories remain. This man was why Frey had once lost all hope. Seeing him play the brother is nauseating. Now that Frey is powerful, 𝒂𝒂🍐 finally gives him a few straight answers. He doesn't regret the past and wishes Frey never touched magic. You and I are probably just as confused as Frey right now. Walking away, 𝒂𝒂🍐 warns him not to trust the circle. Frey tries to stop him, but a bearded old man blocks his path. It was Alexandro, the veteran butler of House Blake. Despite the warning, Frey didn't expect the family to move this fast. He remembers 𝒂𝒂🍐 mentioning their father's dark intentions. The reunion is awkward, as the old butler silently judges the boy's growth. Frey looks the same, making the butler doubt the rumors of his grand alliances with powerful lords like Perun. The butler delivers the summon. Frey must return to the family estate immediately. But Frey isn't having it. He refuses, claiming he has far more important duties than seeing his father. The butler is stunned. Nobody ignores the master of House Blake's direct orders. Frey stands his ground. Realizing the boy has truly changed, the butler leaves with a chilling promise. They'll be waiting. Frey keeps up his mask until the butler vanishes. Once alone, the cold facade finally begins to slip away. He grabs a glowing vial. The professor notes it was a nightmare to craft, costing hundreds of gold pieces because electricity is such a volatile element. Naturally, she expects every single coin back for her hard work. She proudly claims she never charges students. Instead, she offers him an assistant role, but Frey declines. He knows it's an elixir, but its true purpose is a mystery. It is pure, condensed lightning. If opened carelessly, the power inside would be absolutely lethal. The professor knows Frey will find a use for it. Later, back in his room, he begins a deep meditation. He uncorks the vial and swallows it all. Raw energy begins to surge through the entire room. Lightning covers his body as he meditates through the pain. With eyes closed, he focuses every ounce of his will on the energy. His mastery has reached a point where his entire body can now act as a vessel for mana. Night falls, and Frey summons 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂. A tiny, cat-like creature appears, and she's instantly charmed by the little spirit. She can't stop gushing about how cute it is, but make no mistake, this little thing is a shadow spirit. She's stunned he formed a contract so quickly. Who would have guessed a terrifying shadow spirit could look this adorable? Inspired by the little guy, 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓 vows to master shadow spirit techniques as fast as humanly possible. Frey has mastered the frozen river's energy and learned the demigod's secrets. His spiritual power is now on another level entirely. Next stop, leaving this place, you and I know Frey's journey is just getting started. 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓, handle the preparations. All right, you and I are about to dive into a world of magic, where Arthur is preparing for the Great Tower entrance exam. Suddenly, a strange pulse of energy hits him from the hallway. It is not a threat, but it is definitely unusual. He opens the door to find a mysterious girl waiting. She asks if he is Arthur Blake, and he looks her over. Her coat looks familiar. She introduces herself as Lady Vivienne Arento, the Grandmaster of the 𝒂𝒏 Covenant, and apologizes for dropping in. Tea and biscuits are served as the three of them settle into a heavy silence. Vivienne admits she is here to recruit Arthur before the trials even begin. Normally, elite orders rush to snatch up talented rookies, hoping to claim them before the official exam. Elara finds it hilarious that Arthur is being called a talented newcomer. Then Vivienne adds that the invitation includes the redhead girl as well. News of their clash with the Herald had traveled fast. Everyone is curious. Vivienne laughs, saying she was just following her orders. Arthur keeps staring at her cloak. It is identical to the one he wore 4,000 years ago, perhaps preserved by ancient magic. But something else is bothering him. He bluntly asks Vivienne if she is a dragonist. She immediately spills her tea in total shock. She asks how he could possibly know that. He explains that real dragons lack a standard mana compartment. Their hearts store divine power instead, allowing them to wield the elements with terrifying ease. Now pay attention here. He knows she is a half-breed because her mana flow is messy. Arthur knew dragons better than anyone, especially since his own legendary mentor was a dragon himself. Vivienne finally sighs and admits he is partially correct about her. She is a half-dragon, born of human and dragon blood. Later, they head outside to discuss the bizarre meeting as Vivienne walks away. Elara is curious about his plan. She notes that the 𝒂𝒏 Covenant seems to be falling apart despite Vivienne trying to act tough. Arthur agreed that she was lacking as a leader. Still, the encounter was definitely a surprise. As they finish packing, Elara asks if he likes the Covenant, but he refuses to get mixed up in their drama. His only goal was mastering the art of concentrating all his power. Bags ready, they prepare to head out. Arthur 𝒂𝒏 was not joining a guild, he was going to be the center of one. Elara realizes he is still the same arrogant man. Suddenly, they hear a loud commotion echoing through the hallway stairs. An old noble is yelling at Lady Vivienne, and she cannot even defend herself. Seeing Arthur, the man proudly boasts of his status. Lord Jerome Bernard introduces himself as the Silver Blade Master, alongside 𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒂𝒓𝒄, the leader of the Strul Guild. They arrived late for the visit. The old man asks if Arthur is joining Vivienne, but Arthur stays completely silent. He just mocks the entire situation. To him, these so-called masters are all identical. The other master hands over a teleportation scroll, inviting Arthur to visit their headquarters once he is finished dealing with the Covenant. Jerome offers his own invite to the Kingdom of Lyon, specifically the cities of Stonehaven or Silk Road. The two men finally leave. Arthur turns to the remaining noble and asks if he wants to recruit him too. The man says they should speak in private and demands that Lady Vivienne stay away from their conversation. They move to a separate room, leaving the half-dragon girl behind. Before Arthur enters, she tries to stop him. She offers a small smile and tells him to be careful. Arthur tells Elara to wait in the hall for him. He promises Vivienne he will be back soon. She nods and agrees to wait right where she is. Soon, the two are alone in the dark woods. The old man suddenly feels very dangerous. This is a weird spot for a meeting. The man admits he never wanted to recruit a fraud like Arthur. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. He demands to know how a brat defeated a herald. The ground cracks under his feet as he launches magical branches directly at Arthur. Thorny vines wrap around Arthur. The man screams that not all 7-star mages are the same, and he will not lose. Arthur mocks his pathetic pride, and then obliterates every single plant in an instant. He infused his mana with raw elements, shattering the spell. Barnaby had no right to call himself a master. Barnaby had raw power but zero skill. Without moving an inch, Arthur's presence was already crushing the man completely. Furious, the old man summons fire to create a massive magic circle. But Arthur cancels it instantly. This was even easier than blocking flying blades. Ice locks around the old man's feet before consuming his entire body. He is completely trapped with nowhere left to run. So, what do you and I take from this? Arthur leaves him to freeze until morning as one final test. All right, you and I are about to see Frey silence an arrogant old knight. The man fumes while Frey's cold, calm energy unsettles him. He can't understand how someone so defiant still carries the dignity of a king. He shouts that Frey will have to kill him first. Without even blinking, Frey tells him that's his only advice. He walks away, betting on the old man's stubborn will to live. Meanwhile, the ladies are waiting. They're so relieved when Frey finally shows up, and he offers a quick apology for the delay. Isabel asks if everything went okay, but she's really dying to know what happened to Sir Janzar during their meeting. Frey tells her not to worry. The man won't die even if he's stuck. The ice melts tomorrow, though the shame might last longer. Hot soup is poured into a bowl. It smells so incredible that even Frey is instantly tempted to dig in. Vian hands a bowl to Isabel. It's clear she's used to life on the road, almost like she was born for camping. Frey is impressed and asks for seconds. We find out the former Order Master was Lord Arento, who was Vian's own father. Frey asks how he died, despite the rudeness. Now watch this part. Vian stares into the fire and explains the demigod ranks, topped by the sovereign. Just hearing that title triggers a deep, dark memory for Frey. The strongest demigods are known as harbingers. Only 3 have been studied: sword, poison, and death. It turns out Vian's father was slaughtered by the harbinger of death 2 years ago. Isabel offers her sympathy, but Frey is stuck on that one word. He remembers the harbinger of poison and his terrifying power. The next morning, they enter the Blackwood Weald. Vian explains this is the secret path to the Troman Order's hidden base. Frey is actually quite impressed by how strong the magic is. Her father built it, and she can only maintain the repairs. Frey figures the old master must have been an 8-star mage. Vian is likely a 6-star talent, but her training was limited. He wonders if her life would be easier as a commoner. He catches himself being too critical. He doesn't understand why he's being so hard on her after all her hard work. You and I both know most hidden bases are epic, right? Well, this one looks more like a rundown slum. A man calls out to Master Vian. Sir Gideon reports everything that happened while she was away. They lost an artifact war to cursed beasts that look like hyenas with basilisk tails. Frey and Isabel listen intently. The Troman Order is in serious trouble. When Gideon finally notices Frey, he apologizes for the poor welcome. The stolen prize was the Crimson Ring, one of the 7 relics created by Sir Lucas. Nearby, the locals watch them arrive. They mention Master Vian hasn't been around much. It seems like these shady meetings have been happening a lot lately. Since the girls look overwhelmed with chores, they offer to help, but things are so busy there isn't even time for tea. Vian looks visibly annoyed by the mess. She apologizes to her guests for such an uncomfortable situation. An artifact war is basically a high-stakes duel, where a legendary item is put up as the prize. To Frey, gambling with artifacts seemed like total foolishness, but it started in desperate times. Sir Gideon says that way of thinking should have died already. but because it's officially called a friendship contest, they can't really say no without looking weak. Those basilisk-tailed bastards have been hunting the Order's treasures ever since the group lost its strength. Even tiny, insignificant groups are taking shots at them now. The situation is honestly worse than anyone expected. It's actually worse than the rumors. They have less than 10% of their original members, with all their best mages away on missions. Frey realizes all they've done since he arrived is complain, despite being the ones who invited him there. Noticing his expression, Isabel points out a massive statue nearby for him to go check out. The stone figure holds a staff and a book. The plaque names him as Sir 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔. Frey reaches out to touch it. A young boy approaches and asks if he's a fan of the legendary 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒔. Frey just says he wouldn't call himself that. The boy introduces himself as Finn, the 4th rank of the Troman Order. The two of them greet him. Frey doesn't waste time. He asks why they're still sticking with an order that's practically already fallen apart. Finn is shocked at first. Frey isn't just talking about the group, but the members themselves. With their level of talent, they could easily join any high-ranking order. The boy is completely stunned. Isabel tells Frey to watch his words, but Finn just laughs it off and says he gets the point. Leaving for a better group would be easy, but if they all left, the Troman legacy would vanish forever. Every order has its hero, and they refuse to lose theirs. He explains that Sir 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒄 is the only grand mage in history. Frey feels a quiet sense of pride. Trust me, you and I are about to see this order rise again. 4,000 years ago, sorcerers and spell knights lived in a cycle of endless, bloody slaughter. Let's dive into a story where witches were hunted like monsters. But Sir 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒄's traum was different. He believed everyone on the path of magic was an ally. High mages and knights all turned their backs on him. Yet, he never stopped fighting to create a kingdom where they could all coexist. That dream became the foundation of House Traum. Even though they are fading now, they refuse to stop until their lost people are united once more. Paul says if Sir 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒄 were alive, he would be doing the exact same thing. The boy quickly apologizes for getting too excited. Frey remains quiet, but you can see the pride glowing in his eyes. Isabel is touched by the tale. Finally, Frey admits that 𝒂𝒂𝒓𝒄 would be proud to have successors as dedicated as them. Paul just gets flustered and waves it off. They greet a few more allies before heading toward a destination known only to themselves. All Violet knows is that Frey was asking about the Basilisk's tail faction and the ancient laws governing their secret duels. To everyone else, he seemed obsessed with relics rather than saving House Traum. But the girl knows there is something more. One detail haunts her. He had asked if an outsider could legally demand a challenge in the great duel of relics. Somewhere else, arrogant men laugh at House Traum, vowing to keep the conflict alive until every last treasure is theirs. Now pay attention, because a group of wanderers just arrived to find Lord Anthony and issue a formal challenge. Frey steps forward, asking if declining would violate the sacred laws. The crowd is speechless. How did they bypass the magical barrier? Frey scoffs, claiming he barely felt the ward. It was so pathetic he thought it was just a swarm of gnats. Lord Anthony grows irritated. The kid looks young, but he clearly carries the weight of a high-tier master. Likely 6th circle or higher. An officer demands to know their wager. Frey casually tosses them the legendary silver dagger. It is a priceless relic. A mithril blade forged in the Age of Light, imbued with the sword god's holy wrath. Sensing this guest is the real deal, a curious nobleman leads Frey inside. But first, he asks if the boy knows the brutal rules of the duel. A challenge simply cannot be declined. Both sides must bet a relic, with only 3 bouts allowed each day. If someone dies, there are no consequences. For the first match, they wager a crimson ring. The first challenger is Alan Fox. They square off, waiting for the signal to strike. Alan starts his warm-up, flaunting his flashy combat moves. He is a spell knight facing Frey, a simple sorcerer. Alan assumes a mage won't have time to chant, so he declares the boy is already dead. 1 punch is all it takes. The duel begins, But before Alan can even swing, he collapses to his knees in agony. Everyone freezes. It makes zero sense. Frey just crushed the knight with a basic second-tier spell. One man wonders if Frey has true sight, allowing him to cast spells without any incantations at all. But that ability drains mana instantly. After claiming the prize, Frey turns to walk away. The noble is still reeling from the display. You and I both know Frey is baiting them, making them think his mana is completely tapped out. Next, he bets the frost stone and a pair of enchanted boots. Forced to accept, they put up a ruby ring and the Vunnel dagger. The noble thinks his trap is set perfectly. He pulls Kieran aside for a quick, private strategy meeting. He claims Frey is rushing because his mana is depleted. If they force a long, drawn-out battle, the boy will surely break. Kieran needs to open with a solid shield and force Frey to waste the last of his power. The kid cannot match Kieran's years of experience. Kieran promises to secure the victory. Once the plan is set, both duelists take their places. Kieran keeps the warning in his head. The round begins, and Frey launches a massive frost wave. Kieran raises his guard immediately, certain of his win until the impact sends him flying. He is absolutely stunned. The entire enemy faction is left speechless once again. Kieran is tossed through the air as his staff spins away. He hits the dirt hard. Only one bout remains against Lord Anthony himself. The final duel begins. Anthony summons a war spirit. Frey gets ready to end this. Since they assume his mana is dry after those 3 rounds, Anthony puts all his raw strength into a punch and charges straight at him. He intends to end it in close quarters. Suddenly, a volley of ice arrows erupts. He realizes too late that he cannot dodge them. Then he realizes the truth. It was never true sight. Frey was just using simple, basic ice arrows. Anthony can't fathom how a weak spell hits like a cannon. The answer is obvious. Either they are pathetic or Frey is a monster. Lord Anthony flies into a rage. He switches tactics and orders his guards to seize Isabel. That distraction gives the hidden enemies their chance. The men swarm forward, throwing everything they have at the group. By now, Anthony has abandoned the rules of the duel. He just wants them slaughtered. Thick smoke fills the air as Frey shouts for Isabel. Trust me, you and I know they're finished. Frey is still standing without a single scratch. Suddenly, a counterattack sends the thugs reeling in agony. It is Isabel, expertly using her combat skills. Now, you and I are about to see this fight flip as Anton boils with rage. Frey mocks him for hiding behind lackeys and running whenever he faces a true knight. Every word stings, but before Anton can strike, a wind blade slices his neck. Frey laughs, telling him to watch his step. He nearly met his end. Anton collapses, utterly broken. Then, a new presence emerges from the shadows. It is Lady 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏, demanding answers with a cruel, piercing gaze. This is the feared master of the Basilisk Order. She scolds Frey for his disrespect, but suddenly she feels a deadly pressure stabbing at her very heart. She introduces herself as 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏 and asks his business. Frey retorts that he has his own questions about her cult. The knights watch in stunned silence as Anton crawls toward his master, begging for salvation on his knees. She claims their goal is to free humanity from the demigods. Her men cannot believe she is acting like a servant. Frey continues his interrogation, demanding to know the true nature of these so-called demigods. Now pay attention. She describes them as transcendent beings beyond human logic, capable of wiping out entire kingdoms with a gesture. Angered that she chose such a path, his mana explodes, freezing the entire chamber in a deadly frost. 𝒂𝒂𝒃 warns her followers to stay still or be shattered. On her knees, she begins to plead for mercy. She begs him to spare her order, but Frey coldly demands the master's life instead. The woman is paralyzed with shock. To ensure her followers survive, she solemnly accepts her fate. Power surges in her palm as her men scream for her to stop, but Frey simply steps closer, hand raised. She bows her head, ready for the end. Looking at her, Frey's cold expression finally begins to soften. He changes his mind, realizing she could still be useful. He melts the ice, and no one dies today. He commands her to return every stolen relic to the Tramen house. Then, with a smirk, he gives one final order. Varric waits, trembling. Frey demands the location of every small faction and mercenary guild in the territory. Lady Vignian waits anxiously at the gate, wondering if Frey successfully infiltrated the Basilisk Order. Her captain tells her not to lose heart, hoping they can still forge a strong alliance in the future. Let's pause for a second. Frey just walks up like nothing happened, claiming he was out for a stroll. Later, everyone gathers around the council table. All eyes are fixed on Frey as he prepares a major announcement. Speaking with chilling calm, he declares his intention to wipe the demigods off the face of this world. He needs absolute authority, noting that the current noble houses are fractured and only care for their own skin. No single house can do this alone. His plan is to make the Tramen Order the new center of power. Even the three great kingdoms will follow. Vignian tries to protest, but Frey cuts her off immediately. He only asks if they have the iron will to follow. Setting down his heavy pack, he issues a warning. The path ahead will be so brutal they will miss their quiet lives, but he promises them the top. Everyone is speechless when he reveals the recovered artifacts. Now, his mysterious departure finally makes perfect sense. In a single day, Frey forced 6 rival factions to surrender and unite under the Tramen banner. He really pulled it off in one afternoon, but clarifies he is not handing the treasures over just yet. This was just a thank you for their hospitality. He gives Lady Vignian more time to consider his offer. He gives her 1 day to decide, but she stops him. Rising from her seat, she asks if it is truly possible. Frey swears on his very life that he will make it happen. The entire hall falls into a heavy silence. The next morning, the weary knights gather, fearing their group is about to be disbanded for good. Then, Lady Vignian steps forward and announces a brand new commander for their order. The members are completely baffled. Most of them barely know Frey's name, only that he showed up as a stranger a few days ago. He introduces himself as Frey Blake, noticing the uneasy glares. He knows his youth will spark a massive wave of pushback. Then he adds one more thing: none are qualified. Vignian smirks, while the others gasp at his arrogance. Frey claims they're all so weak it is pathetic. Before they can react, he leaps down, landing right in the middle of the crowd with an icy glare. So, you and I just witnessed a legend in the making. Anyone who hits his collar takes the seat. Stick with me, because we are about to see a legendary hero put his own men to the ultimate test. Baron Byron notes that Frey is drawing all their anger onto himself. Then, Frey initiates the trial and demands his first challenger step forward. Sir Theo Gunter, a battle mage, steps out. The young man readies his magic and asks why Frey refuses to even take a proper combat stance. Frey mocks him. He claims if his opponent actually shows some skill, he might finally bother to take his hands out of his pockets. The arrogance is staggering. Theo unleashes a massive sphere of flame, but it doesn't leave so much as a single singe mark on Frey. Frey's defense is impenetrable, and the fire simply shatters. The crowd is stunned that he cast such magic without a single word. Theo begins to panic. He assumed Frey's power was equal to his own. Theo has spent years perfecting his fire magic, making it his true specialty. Its greatest advantage is pure destruction. When masters are equal, fire magic typically strikes with far more force than any other element. Frey sees the boy spent weeks refining that spell, but he is wasting far too much mana just to keep its form. A perfect shape doesn't increase its lethality. He should stop worrying about looks and focus entirely on raw power instead. Now pay attention here, because Frey is about to drop a piece of wisdom that changes everything. He recalls a sorcerer friend who suffered horrific burns across his body. Everyone thought his career was over, yet he endured to become a master of fire. The young mage listens intently, and the surrounding knights begin to grasp the weight of the lesson as well. That sorcerer succeeded because he had truly felt both the warmth and the sting of fire. Suddenly, Theo breaks into a wide grin. What matters is his mental image. If he can envision the true nature of fire, he will find his path. He thanks Frey with total sincerity. A nearby noble asks why he is so joyful after a defeat. Theo simply replies that the man would understand if he ever stood against Frey himself. A whole new world of magic has opened for him, and his trust in Frey is absolute. Next, a knight clad in heavy armor steps forward. He raises his shield and blade, but before he can even strike, a bolt of energy bursts from the earth and levels him. Later, the knight returns with the same realization. The boy was right, and Lord Frey truly knows the path to ultimate strength. I know what you're thinking. Can he really turn this failing group around? Well, he's just getting started. He declares he needs 3 months to strengthen the Order of the Rose, including Lady Vivienne, Lady 𝒀𝒊, and young Pip. Once those 3 months pass, they will host a grand tournament against the neighboring small and medium-sized knightly orders. It won't be a bloody war over relics, but a way to build alliances. Still, they must win every match to prove their worth. To restore the Order's glory, they need enough dominant victories that no other noble house can dare to complain or mock them. Pip says it sounds impossible, but Frey reminds them they are heading into hell. Elsewhere, Frey begins the grueling training of Lady Vivienne. She begins channeling her magic. Just as he suspected, she has been forcing herself to use an artificial mana core inside her body. She believed magic was impossible without a core. However, dragons don't store power that way. They pull mana directly from the world around them. Therefore, she must shatter that artificial core, which requires her to release every single drop of magic currently stored inside her. Frey places a palm on her back and begins siphoning the energy. She collapses to her knees, screaming as her life force is violently drained away. Once she recovers, they continue the process. He touches her back again, telling her to focus on purging whatever traces of mana remain. She gathers her resolve and tries. Still, she is visibly trembling. As he pushes his power further, a flood of mana begins to pour out. Everything inside her is being unleashed. Her artificial core is finally starting to crack and break apart into nothingness. Frey warns her that the next stage will be painful. As the core fractures, he wonders if she can actually survive the agony. Vivienne struggles while he maintains the pressure. Her hands grip her dress tightly in pain. Frey stays focused, hoping she can pull through. When it is finally finished, she collapses from total exhaustion. She is horrified to learn that this was only the very first step. The entire transformation will take a full month. Still, he already warned her that this training would be a descent into hell. Her eyes fill with tears as dread takes hold. Soon, a loud scream echoes through the training grounds as Pip faces his turn. He is completely helpless against Frey's incredible speed. Frey catches his hand to end the useless attacks, but the squire refuses to give up. Now he tries to strike with his legs, but his kick can't even get close to Frey's face. He continues to lunge regardless. Frey deflects every blow with ease. It is like striking a solid mountain. After a long while, the brutal sparring session ends. The boy doubles over, gasping for air. His current skills aren't even on the level of a common tavern brawler, let alone a knight. Yet he looks proud, showing he has the spirit to grow. His style is the royal guard form, a simple art without any tricks. That is why he fails in long battles. His patterns are far too easy to read. Frey tells him the problem is actually quite simple. He is weak, and his style only works because it is a forgotten classic. Frustrated, the squire asks how he can truly gain strength. And that's where we leave them for now. Trust me, you and I are about to see these underdogs become absolute beasts. All right, you and I are about to watch Alistair turn this hopeless kid into a total beast. Stick with me here. Tears stream down Percy's face as he is slammed into the mud by a sudden, freezing blast of water. He looks completely broken, like he hasn't slept in weeks, begging Alistair to just end it, but the training has barely begun. Later, 2 knights stand deep in the forest as the Honorable Sir Galahad waits for orders from his new commander. Alistair hands him a relic called 𝒂𝒒𝒻's dagger, a blade forged from mithril and imbued with ancient and special power. It is a unique masterpiece, and though Galahad laughs because he is a mage, Alistair knows he is secretly trained with steel. He spotted the thick calluses on the man's palms, the undeniable proof of years spent perfecting his secret swordplay. Now pay attention, because Alistair is about to create the world's first true magic swordsman right here. Watch this. Galahad takes the weapon with trembling hands, promising to master it even if he deeply doubts his own martial skill. Alistair tells him not to worry, because he is going to teach him everything and build him into a legend. By sunset, Galahad stumbles back into the room, barely able to breathe after what felt like a descent into pure hell. Percy sees his comrade return, but he is too exhausted to even lift his gaze from the cold stone floor. Moments later, they both collapse, unable to move a single muscle or even crawl their way to the washroom. Then, Lady Vivienne appears at the doorway, groaning in agony before slumping down on the floor right beside them. Now, all three of them are huddled together, complaining about the sheer pain racking every inch of their bodies. You and I both know this training is pure hell, but Alistair is somehow taking it to a whole new level as he calls for the next round. The young knight at the door is frozen in pure confusion at the sight. It was the Honorable Sir Oswald. Seeing them dying on the floor, he screams that Alistair is a murderer and draws his sword to strike immediately. He lunges at Alistair, but the commander blocks him easily and calmly asks the angry boy for his name. He is livid, but then Lady Adeline recognizes Alistair and Isabella standing there. Vivienne explains from the floor that Oswald was away on a secret mission for the Order of the Sun, helping Alistair remember him. She orders him to stand down, introducing Alistair Blackwood as the new commander with Isabella as his brave second. Both are stunned that such young faces hold such high titles, and Lady Adeline is especially furious at the news. She refuses to believe Alistair is the commander, while Oswald quickly bows and apologizes for his massive mistake. Adeline still hates the idea of his promotion, until Alistair asks if she was once part of the order herself. He calls her Adeline directly, reminding her to speak with proper respect now that he is officially her superior. She snaps and tries to strike him, but he was only teasing. Then, Oswald begins his official report, explaining that he found clues regarding the High War Master's mysterious heir. In the end, he managed to track the mysterious warrior down. Everyone listens closely as Oswald explains that the War Master is just as stubborn and difficult as the ancient legends say. Suddenly, he lifts his tunic to reveal a jagged scar that leaves the entire room in absolute shock. He says those people despise magic and believe that raw martial skill is the only thing that truly matters. Alistair turns to Isabella and asks how long it would take them to reach the distant ironwood forest. She notes that taking the southern waystone through Fairfax would take less than 4 days, giving him a new idea. Fairfax is the seat of House Blackwood, his own family's ancestral home. He places a steady hand on the table. He announces he is going to find this heir himself, even though everyone knows the path is incredibly dangerous. The half-dragon asks when they leave, but Alistair is already walking out the door with Isabella at his side. Oswald notices how much faith Lady Vivienne has in him. Later, a giant moon casts light through the windows. Alistair stays quiet for a long time before calling her name, but Isabella already knows what is in his heart. He wants to travel alone to ensure the base stays safe, while he is gone on this vital mission. She walks over and promises to handle everything here, so he can focus entirely on the War Master's heir. She is nearly in tears, asking him to send word often and promising to come running if he needs help. Alistair laughs softly, seeing how much she has grown, and his eyes turn remarkably gentle for a brief moment. He thanks her for her loyalty as she leaves crying, then throws his pack over his shoulder to depart. He shuts the door behind him and begins his journey, but something strange stops him at the castle gates. So you and I are left wondering, will these knights survive without their commander? Stick around to find out what happens next. Alistair thinks they're being way too dramatic. He pats Isabel's head, joking her temper will keep the men in line. Stick with me. That finally brings a small smile to her face. Besides, he'll only be gone for about a month. Everyone starts crying, remembering their friendly matches with nearby circles. Before leaving, Alistair warns them not to lose a single fight. His subordinates answer that they've got it covered. He raises his fist and leaves, saying he can't wait to see them again. Elsewhere, smoking remains lie inside a massive crater. Then, a single green eye snaps open. The phoenix's feathers had transformed into a magical being with human-like hands and long hair like living orange fire. The woman struggles to find her balance. Her goal is to rule the mountain range and protect it from being defiled by monsters. Clinging to those words, she releases every bit of the power she had stored up. With one jump, she shoots into the sky and races over the land. In Greyport, life in the streets continues as usual. Alistair studies himself in a mirror. Energy rises from his hands as he uses magic to completely shift his facial features. Now he calls himself Kane Rivers, a rank C mercenary. His cover is a 26-year-old from Westbury working as a 3-star mage. He needed this clever disguise to move through the city of Oakhaven without being noticed. There were already rumors linking Lord Isaac Blackwell to a demigoddess, so for now, Alistair planned to avoid his family entirely. Using that disguise in the streets, he's stopped by a guard who confirms his identity. Alistair thanks him and keeps moving. Oakhaven was Alistair's hometown, and it still felt strangely familiar. In disguise, he heads straight into a local business establishment. Inside, men are eating, drinking, and laughing. The local bar is packed with every kind of rough person imaginable. He walks in with confidence, and people quickly notice the powerful mage. Some think the Crimson Falcons are finally getting some respect. At the bar, a girl chews gum and asks if he's just here to order a drink. Alistair explains that the trip to the woods is long, so he wants to save time by taking a carriage. The problem is he doesn't know any that go that deep. Someone mentioned a group trading with elves, so Alistair arrived as a mercenary. Since they hire mercenaries as guards, he hands the girl his papers and says he's here to accept the job. He wants to guard the escort heading into the Great Whispering Woods. After checking his guild rank, she says the job requires at least rank B, then she asks if he wants to rank up. She opens her book to schedule it, but Alistair wants to do it now. She sets down her pen and tells him to follow. She adds that the fee is 10 silver coins. The two head downstairs. As he walks, Alistair keeps studying the place. The corridor below is huge and seems endless. A man is lounging in a chair and asks why they've come. Smiling, the girl says the mercenary came for the test. Gideon explains there are 2 ways to rank up, commission or demonstration. With the first option, the evaluator gives you a mission and then judges the final result. The second option is a public show of skill. No one has passed it in a century, so watch this closely. Without hesitating, Alistair picks the demonstration test. She pops her gum and tells them it's time to begin. The evaluator starts listening closely. His headache even eases when he realizes someone actually interesting has finally showed up. The 3 stand at the test site. Alistair asks if he's fighting them, but they tell him to attack the wall instead. She explains that breaking it is impossible, because a 5-star mage layered it with powerful barriers. Not even her captain could smash that wall. I know what you're thinking, there's no way he's about to break it. The 2 are stunned by his confidence, then burst out laughing. Alistair ignores that and asks Gideon to step aside. Wishing him luck, she turns away. Alistair gathers his power. The moment she senses 5-star magic, she's absolutely shocked. He steadies his aim on the wall. The drunk shouts for Gideon to get down. Then Alistair fires with full force. Both of them dive to the floor. Smoke fills the area, and when it clears, a huge hole is blasted through. Seeing that, the leader approves him immediately. Alistair is now officially rank A. The man is deeply impressed by his power. He introduces himself as Duncan and asks if Alistair already belongs to a mercenary group. But Alistair says he only wants the caravan escort to the Whispering Woods. Duncan finds that suspicious, but approves him anyway. Later, rumors spread that Count Isaac may step down as master of the 5th magic tower during a night of drinks. Another man asks if he wasn't already fired. Alistair greets them all politely. He says he's new and wants to learn the ropes. To get friendly fast, he offers to pay for everyone's drinks. At first, they see him as a brat, but soon, everyone's feasting. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a master at work. Finn says he wants to work at Blackwood Manor, while his buddies talk about the girls. Stick with me, it's about to get dark. Then he mentions the dark rumors. A friend saw countless carriages entering the estate, way too many for just moving basic supplies. That same friend claimed he heard terrifying screams coming from inside those very wagons. Fury burns in Arthur's eyes. Later, sitting alone at the tavern, he keeps replaying those haunting words. Talk of dark sacrifices starts making sense as he connects the dots. Suddenly, someone calls for Cain of Rickstone. Raising his bottle, the man introduces himself as Captain Alaric, leader of the guards. Alaric says Duncan told him that Arthur was a gifted mage, and praise like that is incredibly rare from him. Duncan warns Arthur not to get cocky, just because this mission looks like an easy coin. He says the last caravan heading for Ravenbrook was totally wiped out last month. Apparently, a single mortal caused that entire massacre. Monsters like that are surfacing all over the continent, so everyone needs to stay on high alert. Immortal beings usually kill out of pure hatred, but Arthur pushes that aside to focus on his secret mission. Soon, the carriage caravan sets off. For now, the journey is quiet with knights riding inside. Still, Arthur senses something is very wrong here. An old wizard won't stop staring at him for some reason. After a long moment, the man finally looks away. Arthur figures everyone has a past. Alaric asks how he's holding up, and Arthur says he's doing just fine. Now pay attention. The captain says to rest, because the real danger starts when we reach the Deadwood Forest. Alaric says his name is Caspian, a 5-star mage and high-ranked mercenary. People here call him Rookie Caspian. Later, they stop at the cabins to rest. Arthur sits there, deep in thought. While he's eating, the old wizard approaches him, leaning on his wooden staff. Arthur invites him to sit. The man introduces himself as Silas and says he's already familiar with Arthur's name. He apologizes for bothering him during dinner, but Arthur says it's fine. While still eating, he asks Silas what he actually wants. The wizard sensed a rare spirit energy from Arthur and asks if he's a secret spiritualist. Arthur realizes he's talking about his dark power, but instead of answering, he asks if Silas is a spiritualist too. Arthur admits he once made a contract with a spirit, but claims he isn't a true spiritualist. He still wants to know how Silas could even sense that energy, since normal humans shouldn't be able to. The mage nervously tries to change the subject, so Arthur decides to let it go. He asks why Silas joined the escort. Silas is worried about the immortals appearing near the Silver Reach, which is extremely rare. It hasn't happened in 1,000 years. Silas says that like he was actually there to see it. Arthur casually tells the old man to eat his soup before it freezes. People use illusion spells to hide their true faces. In Silas's case, he seemed to be masking his entire identity. With that fake face, Silas was clearly concealing something big. Then a scout rushes in to warn the commander of trouble. A group of undead was spotted in the southwest, and there was no way to avoid that path. So they announce a scouting mission. The two mages place powerful enchantments on the team's armor. Arthur feels a trace of divine power, but it isn't strong enough to be a demigod. Then the men head out. As they enter the forest, a foul, rotten smell hits them. The undead were nearby. Everyone draws their blades and prepares. They charge forward, ready for the coming slaughter. Trust me, this is where things get wild. Every undead monster is already dead, even though the team just arrived. Arthur starts examining the carnage. It looks like one person did this in under 10 minutes. The group is confused until Arthur spots a clue. He realizes he's found the successor of the sovereign knight. The men panic as birds scatter overhead. Seeing how dangerous this is, Arthur warns them to leave immediately. Whoever destroyed these undead was absolutely terrifying and impossibly strong. He had wiped them out with one blow. Then a severed head lands by a soldier's feet. They're frozen in fear. A man stands atop the pile of corpses and notices the outsiders. That brute had crushed all his enemies in one single move. The captain asks why he killed the undead, but the man cuts him off, move or die. The captain goes silent. That giant was definitely the successor. Arthur says it's too risky to just leave a monster like him. Caravans use this road, so they couldn't leave him roaming. Since they couldn't fight, Arthur decides to follow him. He would track the man himself to see if he's a threat. His magic disguise should be enough. He goes after the stranger and tells the captain to finish the mission. Soon, the forest fills with screams. The giant refuses to stop. He tightens his fist and fires a devastating, bladed punch. A monster bites him, but its teeth shatter against his skin. He kills it. You and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to witness a clash that'll shake this kingdom. Nearby, Frey watches while leaning against a tree, making the big man wonder why this stranger is just staring. Frey steps up and asks how long he's been training in the magic warrior king's secret arts. The man snaps, thinking he's just another fool, but Frey mentions he hails from the Traman rings. The man instantly throws a punch right at Frey. Smoke bursts out between them. Just hearing that name sends him into a rage, but Frey stays calm behind his protective magical barrier. The giant grabs him and hoists him into the air, roaring that he'll never deal with those pathetic circle bastards. It was bizarre seeing the warrior king's heir reject everything related to the demigods with such pure fury. To him, the circles were just pigs who only cared about filling their bellies. He wanted zero connection. Frey admits the circles lacked a plan, then smirks, saying the man is being quite unfair to actual pigs. His real goal was a massive reform, a way to unite all those scattered powers into one single force. Now pay attention, the big man finally lets go, deciding it's time to test Frey's strength. The warrior lunges instantly, but Frey is a blur of motion. The giant smashes through the forest like a juggernaut, while Frey calmly keeps taunting him from the shadows. He combines two lethal spells, Ice Spear and Windstorm. The two collide, but the giant shatters the magic with terrifying ease. He keeps charging without a single scratch, reminding Frey of a man named Cassadine. Frey forms a sphere of pure frost. For the first time, the man looks shocked as his feet freeze. The attack slams into him. He slams his palms together, summoning a massive rock shield to block it. After the dust settles, Frey asks if they can finally talk, but the giant is completely encased in ice. Still, he refuses to give up as his eyes change color. He shatters the ice and rips himself free. He leaps at Frey with a punch aimed right for the jaw, but Frey is faster and appears right behind his massive back. Face down in the dirt, the giant is impressed by that hunting technique. Frey offers a hand to talk, but the man suddenly nails him in the chin. Then, he bolts into the thick forest. Completely stunned, Frey takes off after him. They race through the trees at insane speeds. I know what you're thinking, but wait, this giant isn't escaping. He's leading us somewhere deeper into the woods, which makes this whole situation 100 times weirder. He recognizes the technique as the Fool's Walk, a secret only taught to the king's true first successor. Frey had never seen it before. As they run, he learns the man's name is Ivan. Ivan leads him toward an unknown location, so Frey follows until they reach a lonely, ancient house made of wood. Frey jokes about having no idea where they are. Ivan shouts to Ricky that he's home. A deafening sound erupts from inside, making Frey cover his ears. Ivan says it's the only way to wake Ricky from his sleep. Then it hits him. The figure coming out is a demigod. Ivan just grins at Frey's look of pure shock. Frey can't believe his eyes. A real demigod stands there, yawning and asking Ivan who he brought to their secret hideout. There was no doubt. This being was a demigod on the same level as the old monster who controlled apocalyptic poisons. Ivan just points at Frey and says he's from the circles. The demigod scans him from head to toe before asking Ivan if he finished his assigned task yet. He tells them to come inside and lets the new guest enter, but Frey grabs Ivan's shirt to stop him. He demands to know why a successor of the martial king is working for their sworn enemies. One wrong word and Ivan could die, but the giant isn't scared. He finally reveals the truth of their alliance. Ricky was a traitor who actually wanted to see all demigods destroyed. Ivan tells him to hear the full story first. They step inside and Frey spots magic. The shack looked tiny outside, but the interior was absolutely massive. It was spatial distortion, high-level magic that expands space itself. A normal person would never even notice that this magic existed. Ivan didn't care about the details. As Ricky peels fruit, he's surprised the demigod let a stranger enter his home. Ricky says to just look at his eyes. This wasn't the gaze of some mortal with a short life. Frey asks about the betrayal. Ricky admits it calmly, saying the reasons don't really matter to someone like Frey. He brought him here for one reason, help. If an apostle dies, their demigod is forced into a deep sleep. And trust me, you and I just realized how terrifyingly simple it actually is to kill a god. All right, you and I are about to see just how far Frederick goes to bait a literal god. The herald is lurking deep within the Whisperwood forest. Hearing that, Frederick starts putting the pieces together and realizes exactly who Alistair means. It is Oswald Blackwood, herald of the Archon of Death from the Great Ruin. Alistair wants the two of them to strike him down. But here's where it gets tense. Stick with me, because our hero isn't playing along just yet. He asks why Alistair won't strike himself. Simple, if he moved, the other high deities would sense his presence. A herald's mind is bound to their master. One hint of betrayal, and the entire plan is ruined. Frederick remains skeptical, because he knows killing a herald is never that easy. Check this out. Sir Ivan is done waiting and ready for battle. Frederick claims he already slew the Herald of Lightning, a grueling fight during the Great Ruin. Alistair is stunned. He demands proof, since Lord Valerius was the only lightning deity. Frederick reaches into his bag for a trophy. He pulls out a vial pulsing with raw electrical energy. Alistair instantly recognizes it as Lord Valerius's stolen power. Alistair stands, saying he'll return shortly. He cleaves the air with his blade and steps through a shimmering rift. The portal snaps shut. Sir Ivan isn't worried at all. He knows his master always delivers on his word. Alistair returns, and what he brings leaves Frederick stunned. It is Lord Valerius's severed head. A literal high deity, slaughtered like common prey. Frederick is speechless. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a deal that's going to change this kingdom forever.